Hey there! Tonight, instead of wandering through quiet villages or lonely battlefields, we're slipping into the heavy crown and even heavier responsibilities of an ancient Greek king, not the glorious kind sung about in heroic poems, but the real kind, the anxious ruler pacing in a drafty megaron, worrying about omens, famine, curses, surprise godly visits, and the constant possibility that some wandering hero might ruin your entire week. You won't be living the life of a king exactly. Rather, you'll be settling into the quiet, uncomfortable realities behind the throne. The political nightmares, the divine interference, and the rather inconvenient habit the gods had of turning royal lives into cautionary tales. If this sort of a slow, atmospheric storytelling helps you drift off, feel free to like the video and subscribe. But only if it genuinely helps you rest, and let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always strangely comforting to see the little constellation of night owls scattered across the world. So, dim the lights. Find a comfortable position. Let the day fade out behind you. And settle in as we slip quietly into the uneasy world of a king in Greek mythology. In Greek mythology, kingship was less a privilege and more a punishment you couldn't politely decline. The image we tend to imagine, gleaming crowns, heroic speeches, loyal subjects cheering in the background, is a creation of later storytelling. The reality, at least in the mythological and Bronze Age Greek imagination, was far less comfortable. A king in those days was closer to a village problem solver, crisis magnate, and designated scapegoat. Someone had to govern, of course, but no one ever said the job had to be a pleasant one. In the ancient Greek world, kingship wasn't centralized or uniformly understood. During the Mycenaean period, around the 14th to 12th centuries BCE, palace records refer to a ruler called the wanax, a term that meant something like supreme lord. This wanax governed a palace economy that controlled agriculture, trade, and religious offerings. After the Bronze Age collapse, the title faded, replaced by the humbler basileus, a word meaning something between chieftain and local leader. But whether you were a mighty wanax in a fortified palace or a village basileus with a slightly nicer chair than everyone else, the job carried a familiar theme. Everything was your fault. This, perhaps, is where Greek myth becomes especially revealing. Kings in myth weren't merely political figures. They were lightning rods for divine scrutiny. The gods, who are famously touchy, impatient, and fond of meddling, treated mortal rulers as their preferred targets. Whether it was Zeus disapproving of some ritual, Hera spotting a trace of arrogance, or Poseidon simply having a bad afternoon, the king was the one who received the divine memo, usually in the form of a monster, a storm, or a prophecy delivered by someone who refused to explain it properly. Take King Minos of Crete, for example. Minos asked Poseidon to send him a sign of divine favour so he could claim the throne legitimately. Poseidon obliged, with a magnificent white bull rising from the sea. All Minos had to do was sacrifice it back to the god. But Minos, seeing how splendid the bull was, kept it and offered a substitute. Poseidon, who had an excellent memory for such things, punished him in spectacular fashion by causing the birth of the Minotaur, so Minos, instead of enjoying his newly divine-endorsed kingship, found himself constructing a labyrinth, feeding it youths, and dealing with the political consequences of having a monster for a stepson. a fairly standard workday for a Greek king. The underlying message was clear. Kings weren't independent rulers. They were caretakers of cosmic order. Whether they wanted to be or not, every decision was a test. Every ritual had to be done correctly. Every visiting stranger might be a god in disguise, and if a king offered poor hospitality, even by accident, it could bring famine, plague, or a curse that lasted generations. Hospitality, or xenia, was deeply embedded in Greek society and carried particular weight for rulers. A king's palace was not a fortress of privacy. It was more of an ancient equivalent of a 24-hour guest house anyone could appear. Heroes, wanderers, prophets, the occasional disguised deity, and the king was expected to offer food, wine, and a warm bath. It sounds generous until you remember that many of these guests either caused massive trouble or revealed themselves to be the kind of divine presence that could smite you for serving stale bread. The story of King Admetus of Pherae is a good example. When Apollo was punished by Zeus and sent to serve a mortal, he chose Admetus because, in mythic tradition, Admetus was the politest man alive. But polite kings attract unusual situations. Admetus not only hosted Apollo, but became entangled in a series of divine bargains involving his own lifespan. Being a king meant you didn't just entertain travellers. You negotiated with gods over your soul because someone had to keep the palace running. The risks weren't only divine. Kings faced human challenges as well. Subjects expected their ruler to mediate disputes, maintain order, defend borders, and provide sacrifice to keep the gods content. When crops failed, when herds died, when storms hit, or when some hero accidentally offended a deity, the people looked to the king and said, "Well, fix it." If he couldn't, they assumed something was wrong with him. Perhaps he had angered a god, or performed a ritual incorrectly, or failed to interpret an omen properly. Leadership, for a Greek king, was less about issuing commands and more about performing a delicate spiritual balancing act while everyone watched closely. One can imagine the stress. Picture a king waking up one morning, preparing for a peaceful day, only for a priest to arrive at his door and say, "Your Majesty, the birds were flying in a troubling direction this morning." And that alone might be enough to trigger a city-wide panic. Omens mattered. Dreams mattered. An offhand comment from an oracle mattered. The king's ability to interpret all of these correctly was treated as a barometer of his fitness to rule. And then there were the expectations of lineage. Kingship, in myth, was tied to ancestry. And ancestry in Greek storytelling was rarely peaceful. Many royal houses were famously cursed. The house of Atreus, the house of Thebes, the descendants of Tantalus, all were haunted by divine punishment long before individual kings were even born. Thus, many rulers began their reign already burdened by inherited disaster. Imagine taking office and being informed, "By the way, there's a family curse." It may manifest as betrayal, madness, famine, or visitation from a vengeful ghost. Good luck. Even kings without curses didn't have much time to relax. The ancient Greek world had no standardized bureaucracy. A palace had scribes and servants, yes, but the king personally oversaw diplomacy, conflict resolution, and religious observances. If a neighbouring kingdom caused trouble, the king could not send a delegate or an email. He had to journey there in person, possibly on foot, and hope the other ruler wasn't in a terrible mood. Add to this the fact that kings were expected to be warriors. You couldn't simply sit on a throne and gesture toward the battlefield. A king fought in the front lines, sword in hand, which introduced the small but significant problem of dying before you had the chance to address last year's tax shortages. Agamemnon, who led the Greeks in the conflict mentioned under the title Boring Greek Myths for Sleep. Why it sucked to be a king in Greek mythology was an example of a king overwhelmed by expectations and rivalries. His allies questioned him. His own family distrusted him. His decisions repeatedly offended the gods, and his triumphant return home ended in a situation that can only be described as deeply unfortunate marriage outcomes. Even successful kings lived under constant scrutiny. In many myths, a ruler who grew too proud or too relaxed was immediately targeted by divine retribution. The Greeks called this hubris, an overstepping of human limits. Kings were the likeliest to commit it because, ironically, their job required them to appear confident and authoritative. A difficult balancing act. Lead decisively, but not too decisively. Speak boldly, but not too boldly. Honour the gods, but not so extravagantly that they think you're trying to challenge them. It was a bit like walking on a tightrope over a pit full of sacred snakes. Technically doable, but certainly not ideal. This tension between mortal leadership and divine expectation shaped much of Greek myth. Kings became narrative symbols of responsibility and vulnerability. They stood at the crossroads of human society and divine whim, expected to keep order while surrounded by chaos. Their role was to protect their people, maintain religious correctness, enforce justice, and serve as the earthly reflection of celestial order, all without making any personal mistakes, ever. So when you picture a Greek king, try not to imagine luxury or leisure. Imagine a slightly exhausted man staring at the sky, hoping the next thunderbolt is just weather and not a personal message. Imagine a ruler attempting to host every wandering hero without offending them, the gods, or the local economy. Imagine someone trying very hard to look wise while privately wondering if the latest strange omen is about crops, cattle, or imminent doom. And that really was the quiet truth beneath the myths. Kingship wasn't a dream. It was a burden. A crown of polished metal that weighed far more than it appeared. A position few sought, fewer enjoyed, and none escaped without scars, literal or otherwise. Greek kings rarely suffered because of foreign enemies or rival kingdoms. Their greatest tormentors were usually much closer to home: siblings, parents, children, nieces, nephews, and the occasional distant cousin who really should have stayed distant. In Greek mythology, a royal family tree wasn't something you proudly displayed on a palace wall. It was the narrative equivalent of a crackling storm cloud. Every branch, every connection, every ancestor was a reminder that something terrible had happened in the past, or was just about to happen in the future. To appreciate the misery of these royal households, it helps to remember that Greek storytelling thrived on generational drama. A good myth wasn't complete without a tragic event, a curse, or a series of questionable decisions made by someone who should have been old enough to know better. And because kingship was hereditary, every royal child inherited not only the palace, but also the lingering consequences of their ancestors' poor choices. The house of Atreus is perhaps the most famous example. A dynasty so catastrophically unlucky that historians, playwrights, and poets all seem to agree, yes, this family needs to suffer more. It began with Tantalus, the unfortunate king who was so favoured by the gods that he dined with them regularly. This, in Greek mythology, should have been the first red flag. The gods, after all, were notoriously fickle dinner companions. But Tantalus took advantage of their hospitality in a way no modern etiquette guide would ever approve. Depending on the version of the story, he either stole ambrosia, revealed divine secrets, or, most infamously, served his own son Pelops as a meal to test the gods' omniscience, a questionable decision, to say the least. The gods, who rarely missed a detail, were deeply unimpressed. They restored Pelops to life, punished Tantalus with his well-known torment in the afterlife, and allowed the curse of his actions to echo down through every generation that followed. Pelops survived, but his sons, Atreus and Thyestes, would spend their lives proving that their family could always find new ways to cause fresh disasters. Atreus became king of Mycenae, but his reign was overshadowed by the bitter rivalry with his brother. Thyestes, ever ambitious, coveted both the throne and Atreus' wife, the kind of sibling tension you might find in everyday life, only magnified to mythic proportions. When Atreus discovered their betrayal, he invited Thyestes to a banquet. In Greek mythology, meals tend to go poorly when someone offers one too graciously. This one was no exception. Atreus served Thyestes a dish made from the flesh of Thyestes' own children. Not exactly a heartwarming family meal. That moment cemented the curse for generations. Atreus' descendants, Agamemnon and Menelaus, carried the weight of that history into their own reigns. And although the conflict mentioned under boring Greek myths for sleep, why it sucked to be a king in Greek mythology overshadowed their rule, their downfall was rooted in the decisions of their ancestors. Agamemnon's tragic return home, his rivalry with Achilles, his strained marriage, all were threads woven long before he was born. The gods didn't forget, and neither did fate. Mythological kings often found themselves trapped in these inherited narratives. They ruled not only their people, but also the weight of family history. Even the most benevolent or competent king could find his life spiraling out of control because of some long-forgotten ancestor who had displeased a deity centuries earlier, and Greek gods, it must be said, were not known for their forgiving nature. They maintained grudges with remarkable commitment. The House of Thebes is another example, equally troubled and equally tragic. It began with Cadmus, a relatively sensible man who founded the city after following a cow sent by the gods. So far, it sounds harmless. But Cadmus's killing of the sacred dragon of Ares set off a chain of generational misfortune. The gods demanded a period of servitude, which Cadmus fulfilled, but the stain of that event lingered. His descendants, Laius, Oedipus, Eteocles, and Polynices, bore the consequences. Laius's abduction of Chrysippus brought forth a curse from Pelops, and his refusal to heed prophetic warnings sealed the fate of his son Oedipus, who famously fulfilled a prophecy no parent wishes to hear. Oedipus, despite being intelligent, compassionate, and genuinely concerned for his city, couldn't escape the gravitational pull of his lineage. No matter what choices he made, his ancestors' past mistakes shaped the ground beneath his feet. His sons, Eteocles and Polynices, inherited not only the throne, but also the tensions and resentments passed down through generations. Their mutual destruction wasn't merely a family argument escalating. It was a direct expression of the curse their house had carried since long before they were born. This pattern repeats across mythological kingships. A curse doesn't simply affect a single life. It becomes a hereditary shadow shaping marriages, alliances, wars, and political decisions. In many tales, the entire fate of a kingdom is tied to the emotional state or past transgressions of one royal ancestor. Because kingship was inherited, the sins of the father, or grandfather, or great-grandfather, created a perpetual instability. A king might rise to power with the best intentions, but his fate could already be sealed by someone who had lived generations earlier. Greek mythology uses these familial disasters to explore themes of inevitability and divine justice. Mortals can attempt to escape fate, but fate, in these stories, has excellent navigation skills and arrives precisely on schedule. Prophecies delivered by oracles often reference past sins, reminding kings that their reign existed within a larger cosmic framework. A king might try to outsmart destiny, but his attempts often accelerated the tragedy instead of preventing it. There's a gentle irony in this, one that ancient audiences understood well. The harder a king tried to avoid disaster, the more swiftly it found him. A noteworthy detail is that many royal families strengthened their connection to the gods through mythic ancestry. Some claimed descent from Zeus, Apollo, or Poseidon. This offered legitimacy, yes, but also brought expectations. If you descended from a god, your behaviour was held to a higher standard. Any deviation, any act of pride, cruelty, or ritual neglect became an opportunity for divine correction. The closer a king's bloodline was to Olympus, the more precarious his position became. Even kings who lacked famous curses still faced the danger of complicated family lines. Marriages were tools for alliances. Sons competed for succession. Brothers questioned inheritance. Cousins formed rival factions. The absence of a stable succession system meant that royal families were always one argument away from a civil conflict. A king didn't simply manage his kingdom. He managed a household full of potential threats, each with their own ambitions and grievances. The story of Proetus and Acrisius, twin brothers who ruled in Argos, illustrates how quickly sibling rivalry turned dangerous. They feuded, divided the kingdom, and passed down discord to their descendants. In the next generation, the fate of Proetus's daughters drove them into madness, requiring the intervention of the hero Melampus. Meanwhile, Acrisius's fear of prophecy led him to lock away his daughter Danae, who later became the mother of Perseus through Zeus's rather unorthodox visitation. Acrisius's attempt to avoid his prophesied death ultimately ensured it. That's one of the central themes of Greek myths. The more you resist the family curse, the more determined it becomes. Even in households without gods or curses interfering, royal families struggled under the weight of expectations. The eldest son was expected to rule, but younger sons often felt entitled to their own share. This created disputes, sometimes resulting in exile, rebellion, or unintended heroics. Telemachus's uncertainty about his lineage in the story, referenced under the title Boring Greek Myths for Sleep, why it sucked to be a king in Greek mythology, reflects how succession wasn't always clear. Sons needed to prove their legitimacy. Mothers were pressured to maintain political alliances, and kings had to guard their heirs as carefully as their territory. For all these reasons, ruling dynasties became the centre of Greek tragedy and epic storytelling. They offered rich material: pride, anger, betrayal, loyalty, prophecy, fate, and divine interference. But the mythic message beneath the drama remains consistent. Being born into a royal house didn't guarantee power, wealth, or safety. It guaranteed responsibility, expectation, and the looming possibility that some long-forgotten ancestor had already ruined your life before you were even born. In a sense, these cursed family trees served as a reminder to ancient audiences that authority came with a cost. A king might have prestige, but not peace. He carried the history of his lineage on his shoulders, whether he asked for it or not. And because royal bloodlines were so deeply entwined with mythic events and divine relationships, a king had less control over his future than almost anyone else in his kingdom. His fate had already been negotiated long before he ever sat upon a throne. For kings in Greek mythology, the most dangerous political forces weren't rival kingdoms, rebellious nobles, or tax-avoiding farmers. The real trouble came from far above, from Olympus, where Zeus, Hera, and the rest of the godly committee spent their immortal days arguing, competing, watching mortals like a continuous drama series, and occasionally deciding to intervene with all the subtlety of a thrown thunderbolt. If ruling a kingdom required diplomacy, ruling under the gaze or glare of the gods required something closer to survival instincts. Because no matter how carefully a king planned, one divine mood swing could overturn everything. The Greeks never imagined their gods as quiet, detached overseers. The Olympians were emotional, impulsive, fiercely competitive, and highly opinionated. A king on earth wasn't simply governing people. He was managing the expectations of supernatural beings who disagreed with one another constantly. It was, in its own way, a celestial version of working under too many bosses. Zeus might approve of a particular sacrifice, but Hera could find it insulting. Poseidon might bless a city's harbour, only for Athena to decide the offering was insufficient. And the king stood in the middle, attempting to interpret signs, while hoping no god would take offence at his choices. Zeus, as king of the gods, was especially unpredictable. Mortals often addressed him as Zeus Xenios, protector of guests, or Zeus Horkios, guardian of oaths, or Zeus Ombrios, bringer of rain. These many titles weren't simply for praise, they were reminders. A king had to honour Zeus in all his roles, or else risk divine correction. If a ruler broke an oath, Zeus sent storms. If hospitality was mishandled, Zeus punished the entire household. If a ritual was performed improperly, Zeus expressed his disappointment through lightning or a sudden, deeply inconvenient prophecy. One example involves King Lycaon, ruler of Arcadia, who attempted to test Zeus's omniscience by serving him a meal that included human flesh. The experiment ended swiftly. Zeus overturned the table, blasted the palace, and transformed Lycaon into a wolf. A memorable workplace evaluation, and one that spread a clear message: do not test Zeus's patience. Kings remembered stories like this, and they shaped their behaviour accordingly. Every sacrifice, every public ritual, every decision carried the weight of divine scrutiny. Hera, meanwhile, introduced a different kind of divine interference. While Zeus tended to punish through storms and shocks, Hera preferred long-term pressure. Political sabotage, domestic unrest, or slow-burning misfortune kings who hosted Zeus's lovers or illegitimate children often found themselves on Hera's list of targets. And Hera's list was legendary. Consider Heracles, one of Zeus's sons. Hera despised him not for anything he had done, but simply for existing. And any king who offered Heracles shelter, employment, or assistance found themselves caught in the crossfire of that divine resentment. Eurystheus, for example, the king who assigned Heracles his famous labours, was constantly terrified, not of Heracles, but of Hera, who was orchestrating the entire ordeal from above. A king could easily become an accessory in a divine feud without intending to. All it took was offering the wrong person lodging for a single night. Divine alliances also shaped kingdoms in ways that mortals could never predict. Cities often chose a patron deity to honour above all others. Athens belonged to Athena. Argos favoured Hera, Corinth claimed Poseidon, and so on. A king ruling such a city inherited not only political authority, but also spiritual obligations. Patron gods were protective, yes, but also demanding. A neglected offering, an ill-timed war, or a failure to maintain religious purity invited divine displeasure. And when a god was displeased, they didn't write a formal complaint. They sent plagues, earthquakes, madness, or monsters. Poseidon was especially fond of expressing criticism through natural disasters. Kings of coastal cities knew that any slight, however unintentional, might lead to collapsing walls or shifting seas. Minos, despite being a favourite of Zeus, had constant trouble with Poseidon, whose anger resulted in the bull that ultimately led to the Minotaur king could honour one god faithfully and still fall victim to another's irritation. There was no winning strategy. A ruler had to balance the competing desires of multiple divine beings whose relationships with each other were famously inconsistent. Apollo, too, could bring both blessing and devastation. Kings loved his guidance, but they feared his punishments. His arrows were believed to cause plague, which meant that illness within a kingdom might signal that Apollo was displeased. Kings sent emissaries to Delphi to interpret his will, but Apollo's oracle spoke in riddles. Even the most devoted rulers sometimes misunderstood the message. King Croesus of Lydia famously asked whether he should wage war against Persia. The oracle replied, "If you do, you will destroy a great empire." Croesus, feeling encouraged, attacked. The empire destroyed was his own. A small miscommunication, but an impactful one. This was the constant challenge of divine politics. Everything was ambiguous. A king might sacrifice correctly for years, only to misinterpret a single omen and bring disaster. Even a dream could dismantle a kingdom. The gods communicated through visions, signs, flight patterns of birds, unusual weather, or unexpected visitors. Kings were expected to understand all of these. They had priests and seers, yes, but the final responsibility fell on the ruler. If the interpretation was wrong, the people didn't blame the gods. They blamed the king for failing to read divine intent. And then there were the heroes, demigods and chosen favourites of various Olympians, who wandered from kingdom to kingdom, leaving a trail of divine complications behind them. If a king welcomed a hero favoured by one god, he risked offending another. Heracles, Theseus, Perseus, Jason, they all carried divine sponsorship, which made them political hazards. A king might attempt to appease one god through hospitality, only to provoke another through association. It was like trying to host a dinner party where every guest was feuding with someone else at the table. Divine jealousy made matters even more complicated. Gods didn't like mortals gaining too much honour. When a king appeared too prosperous, too beloved, or too successful, the gods sometimes intervened to restore balance. Hubris was the central fear of kingship. Even accidental pride could be punished. King Cinyras of Cyprus, for instance, boasted that he could compete with Apollo in music. The consequences were immediate and fatal. A king had to achieve enough to lead, but not enough to offend. It was a delicate, exhausting line to walk. At the centre of all this celestial complexity stood the mortal ruler, attempting to navigate divine alliances without a map. Kings had to perform rituals flawlessly, honour multiple gods simultaneously, avoid any appearance of arrogance, respect every omen, and maintain a moral standard that the gods themselves rarely followed. It created a kind of mythological tension. Mortals were expected to be wiser and more self-controlled than the gods who judged them. This constant divine interference shaped how kings viewed their roles. They weren't simply rulers. They were intermediaries between two worlds. Their mistakes harmed the entire kingdom. Their successes depended on divine approval. Even when they acted with the best intentions, they could not predict how the gods would react. A sacrifice offered in gratitude might be interpreted as pride. A celebratory festival might be seen as excessive. A treaty with another kingdom might provoke the jealousy of a patron deity. And so kings lived in a state of careful vigilance. Every action had spiritual consequences. Every decision could invite supernatural retaliation. Political power meant little when the greatest threats came from beings who didn't always follow logic. A king ruled his people, yes, but he was ruled in turn by divine personalities far beyond his control. And because those personalities were deeply emotional, frequently argumentative, and occasionally bored, mortal lives were often rearranged without warning. In the end, what made kingship so exhausting in Greek mythology wasn't the responsibility, or the danger, or even the curses. It was the impossibility of predicting the gods. A king could prepare for war, famine, rebellion, or pestilence, but he could never fully prepare for Zeus's changing moods or Hera's long-term strategies. Divine politics turned earthly rule into a delicate dance, one where the king had to move gracefully or risk being struck down mid-step. For a king in Greek mythology, ruling during wartime was less a matter of strategic brilliance and more a test of how long a person could endure stress before the gods, the army, or their own relatives decided they'd had enough. Greek kings weren't generals in polished armour shouting heroic speeches from the comfort of a fortified tent. They were expected to fight, negotiate, lead rituals, interpret omens, keep morale high, please the gods, and maintain alliances with men who did not, under any circumstance, enjoy cooperating with each other. And that was before the actual battle even started. To understand the strain placed on mythological kings, one only needs to look at the loose coalition of leaders attached to the conflict, referenced under the title Boring Greek Myths for Sleep. Why it sucked to be a king in Greek mythology. It was not a well-oiled machine. The kings were not unified by ideology or national identity. They were bound together because someone stole someone else's relative, and everyone else was socially obligated to participate. This was not a recipe for a calm leadership environment. Agamemnon, for example, found himself at the head of this fractious alliance, not because he was particularly popular, but because he had inherited power and possessed enough resources to be nominally in charge. The problem was that every other king believed he was equally important, equally intelligent, and equally deserving of command. Kings in this era didn't follow orders easily. They preferred to argue, boast, and occasionally sulk. Managing them was less like leading an army and more like supervising a group of stubborn nobles at a festival who had all decided they were the main character. Achilles, the strongest warrior present, brought his own challenges. Although not a king, he possessed a royal temperament, proud, emotional, and quick to withdraw from battle if he felt insulted. Agamemnon learned this the hard way. A small disagreement over honour led Achilles to refuse to fight, which nearly collapsed the entire war effort. A king in this environment couldn't simply focus on enemy strategy. He had to manage the fragile egos of his comrades. It required constant diplomacy. One wrong word, one slight misjudgment, and a crucial ally might withdraw his troops or call down divine attention. Odysseus offered a different kind of leadership challenge. Intelligent, persuasive, and skilled at navigating complex situations, he could be an asset, but also a source of frustration. Odysseus famously did not want to join the war in the first place. When summoned, he attempted to avoid it by pretending to be mad, ploughing his fields in a strange way, and sowing salt instead of grain. This was the sort of situation a king had to deal with, convincing a clever and reluctant ally that he really ought to participate. And convincing a clever person to do something he doesn't want to do is one of the oldest and most difficult tasks in leadership. During wartime, kings were also expected to consult oracles, examine sacrifices, and interpret the will of the gods. A battle could not begin until the omens were favourable, and omens had a tendency to be ambiguous. An eagle flying to the left might indicate disaster, while a perfectly healthy sacrificial animal with an oddly coloured liver might suggest divine displeasure. A king couldn't simply say, "We march today." He had to wait until the supernatural checklist was complete. Soldiers waited, supplies waited, the enemy waited. But the gods did not hurry. The Iliad shows how deeply religious ritual shaped military action. Before battles, kings gathered around altars, made offerings, and prayed for assistance. But prayer could be a delicate business. A king who prayed too boldly risked offending a deity. A king who prayed too humbly might appear weak. The entire political and military operation depended on maintaining this spiritual equilibrium. The war environment also created emotional strain on rulers. Kings were expected to inspire confidence, even when the circumstances were bleak. Supplies ran low, disease spread, heroes died, quarrels erupted, yet the king remained the symbolic centre of the operation. His decisions, expressions, and tone mattered. If he appeared uncertain, the entire camp could fall into despair. Agamemnon often struggled with this pressure. At several points he was ready to give up, convinced the gods had abandoned him. But a king couldn't express that openly. Admitting defeat meant inviting chaos. So leaders made speeches, summoned seers, and attempted to project confidence while privately wondering whether the next sunrise would bring victory, disaster, or an angry deity demanding an unexpected sacrifice. There were also logistical concerns. A king had to maintain supply lines, feed his soldiers, store resources, and prevent theft or corruption armies consumed vast amounts of food, and hunger quickly bred resentment. Kings also needed to ensure that their troops were equipped with weapons, shields, and armour, all of which required skilled artisans, and craftsmen in the Bronze Age had opinions. If a king displeased them by withholding payment, ignoring ritual obligations, or failing to honour their patron gods, they might refuse to work or abandon the camp altogether. The danger of betrayal hovered over everything. Temporary military alliances were just that, temporary. Kings constantly evaluated one another, weighing personal gain against loyalty. A king who faltered in battle might lose support. A king who succeeded too brilliantly might provoke jealousy. Victory and failure both held their perils. Travel added to the challenges. Kings didn't ride peacefully in covered wagons. They marched with their troops, slept in crude shelters, and lived under constant threat. The saying, "a king must share the hardships of his men," was less philosophical and more literal. If it rained, everyone got drenched. If supplies ran out, everyone went hungry. If omens were unfavourable, everyone sat around waiting for the gods to send a different sign. It was a slow, uncomfortable process, made worse by the presence of men who were entirely too eager to question the king's decisions. And then, of course, there were the gods themselves, deeply invested in wartime events. Each deity chose favourites among the warriors. Athena supported Odysseus, Hera pushed for certain kings, Apollo backed others, and Aphrodite had her own reasons for involvement. Kings had to navigate divine favouritism carefully. Appeasing one god risked offending another. A leader could find his carefully crafted strategy undone in an instant by a well-aimed divine arrow or a sudden surge of supernatural strength granted to the enemy during the conflict referenced in the title, Boring Greek Myths for Sleep. Why it sucked to be a king in Greek mythology. Kings struggled not only with human politics, but with divine interference. A carefully planned ambush might be thwarted when a goddess whisks someone away. A duel might end inconclusively because a god decided it wasn't dramatic enough yet. A leader might lose soldiers simply because Apollo chose to send a plague. War was difficult enough without the added complication of unpredictable supernatural influences. The home front added still more pressure. Kings worried about their families, their palaces, and their subjects. A long war created political instability at home rivals could seize power. Wives and children faced danger. Cities faced economic strain. A king wasn't simply fighting a distant battle. He was juggling multiple crises miles apart. Odysseus understood this well. While he fought, his palace back home filled with suitors competing for his wife, consuming his resources and undermining his authority, a king couldn't focus on war without fearing what waited for him upon return. And that return was often tragic. Heroes might be celebrated, but kings frequently suffered. Some returned to find betrayal. Others found their cities weakened, and others found the gods waiting to exact payment for past transgressions. A victory could still lead to disaster. In the end, ruling during wartime in Greek mythology was an exhausting, thankless task. A king had to lead armies, interpret omens, negotiate with stubborn allies, endure divine interference, maintain morale, and face the constant possibility of returning home to a kingdom in ruins. War revealed the fragility of kingship, the delicate balance between authority, responsibility, and fate. For a Greek king, Nothing announced your day is about to get worse, quite like the arrival of a monster. While heroes wandered around looking for quests, kings were the ones who actually had to deal with the consequences. A monster didn't politely arrive with a scroll detailing its intentions. It appeared suddenly, disrupted trade routes, terrified farmers, destroyed crops, and generally threw a kingdom into disorder. And when your people came running to the palace shouting, "Your Majesty, there's a giant boar eating the olive groves," there was no helpful manual to consult. You simply had to solve it, preferably without dying. Monsters in Greek mythology weren't just random beasts. They usually carried a symbolic meaning, reflecting divine anger, broken rituals, or cosmic imbalances. For kings, this meant that monsters were not simply physical threats. They were political, spiritual, and often deeply personal problems. A king wasn't being attacked by a creature. He was being evaluated by the gods, and the gods had extremely creative ways of expressing disappointment. Take the Caledonian boar, for instance. King Oeneus of Calydon made the grave mistake of forgetting to honour Artemis during a harvest festival. It was probably an innocent oversight. There were many gods, and the festivals were frequent. But Greek gods, as we know, were not known for gentle reminders. Artemis responded by sending a boar of such absurd size and ferocity that it uprooted trees, destroyed fields, and rendered the countryside uninhabitable. The people panicked. The king panicked. And because Oeneus couldn't deal with it personally, he was a middle-aged ruler, not a hero with an excellent training montage. He had to summon the greatest hunters of Greece to help. Even then, the boar caused chaos, arguments, accidental deaths, and at least 3 major tragedies in its aftermath. The lesson? Forgetting one offering could ruin your entire year. The Sphinx presented a different kind of trouble. King Laius of Thebes had already been warned by prophecy that his life would be defined by disaster. Never a comforting sign in Greek myth. After Laius's death, Queen Jocasta and the city found themselves under the watch of a monstrous sphinx sent by the gods as part of the city's punishment. This wasn't a creature that could be bribed with livestock. It sat atop a rock outside Thebes, asked riddles, and devoured anyone who answered incorrectly. Thebes fell into terror. Trade stopped, fields were abandoned. No king was on the throne long enough to build a stable government. The Sphinx was a public relations disaster, an economic crisis, and a theological message wrapped together in feathered, lion-bodied intimidation. And yet, to the ordinary people of Thebes, the root of the problem was simple. The gods are punishing us, and we need someone on the throne to fix it. That was always the expectation placed upon kings' divine punishment. The king must appease the gods. Monster in the hills? The king must arrange its defeat. Terrifying omen in the sky? The king must hire a seer to explain it. Whether or not he caused the problem, he was the one responsible for ending it. Another example is King Eurystheus of Tiryns, the man who enforced the famous labours upon Heracles. Eurystheus did not enjoy his position. He spent much of his reign trembling in storage jars, or cowering behind palace pillars as Heracles returned from each monstrous encounter with souvenirs the king never asked to see. Eurystheus's kingdom wasn't attacked by the monsters themselves, but by the consequences of Heracles' solutions. A king in his position had to deal with increasingly catastrophic tasks assigned by Hera, all of which reflected poorly on him. His authority eroded not because he was incompetent, but because the gods had entangled his kingdom in a divine feud. Then there was Minos, yes, again, whose problems were so famously monstrous that they became architectural. After Poseidon's anger produced the Minotaur, Minos had to find a solution that was both practical and politically acceptable. But solutions involving divine punishments never remain tidy for long. The labyrinth built by Daedalus was an impressive feat, but the underlying issue remained. A king was housing a man-eating monster with strong family connections, and every king knows that awkward family matters are the most dangerous ones. We should also consider monsters that didn't destroy kingdoms directly, but destabilized them through panic. A king's greatest enemy wasn't always the creature. It was fear, rumours, exaggerated tales, and omens could spread faster than any beast. A snake with 2 heads spotted near the city wall might be magnified in a retelling into a 100-headed dragon sent by the gods. Even if the creature was no larger than a shepherd's dog, the people demanded the king's immediate attention. And a king who ignored such signs risked appearing negligent in the eyes of both his subjects and the gods. Kings also faced monsters created through their own misjudgments. Acrisius, king of Argos, attempted to avoid a prophecy foretelling that his grandson would kill him. His attempt to confine his daughter Danae only ensured that she caught the attention of Zeus. This resulted in the birth of Perseus, whose eventual adventures with Medusa, sea monsters, and other hazards brought chaos back to Acrisius's kingdom. Despite his best efforts, the prophecy fulfilled itself, as they always do in Greek mythology, showing once again that kings could not outmaneuver divine plans. The danger of monsters also extended into political relationships. Suppose a king's land was plagued by a creature, and he needed help. Asking a hero for assistance was risky. Heroes were unpredictable guests. They solved problems, yes, but they also disrupted a local economy, attracted divine attention, or accidentally killed someone important in the process. Theseus helped King Minos by killing the Minotaur, but he also caused its own set of tragedies. Bellerophon's defeat of the Chimera came only after he had been manipulated by kings who feared him. Jason and the Argonauts brought chaos to every kingdom they passed through, whether or not they meant to. A king might solve his monster problem, only to inherit a hero problem. In many ways, monsters functioned as reflections of a king's failures, or failures attributed to him. A river drying up? Perhaps a monster lived upstream. Crops failing? Perhaps a beast was angering Demeter. A series of mysterious disappearances? A lion? A serpent? Or something worse might be the cause. Kingship required constant vigilance, constant ritual observance, and constant readiness for the next supernatural threat. The Greeks understood this deeply. To them, governance was inseparable from cosmic order. A king wasn't merely responsible for laws, taxes, or military strategy. He was responsible for the spiritual balance between his people and the divine world. When that balance broke, monsters appeared. And when monsters appeared, the king couldn't simply hide behind the palace walls. The entire kingdom watched him, waiting to see what he would do. A king could not use the ancient equivalent of, "we'll look into it." He had to act. And this responsibility didn't fade with age. Elderly kings still had to manage monstrous disasters. Priam of Troy lived through decades of divine meddling, shepherded a kingdom through chaos, and still found himself in danger at nearly every turn. Monsters weren't always physical creatures. They could be prophecies, curses, or destructive emotions like rage and grief, each treated by the Greeks as superhuman forces that kings had to confront. The deeper truth is that monsters made kingship in Greek myth feel hopelessly precarious. A ruler couldn't look at a quiet landscape and assume peace would last somewhere in the mountains, forests, or sea. A creature might be stirring, one sent by a god, born of a curse, or simply passing through. And when it arrived at the kingdom's borders, the people didn't ask why they looked to the king, expecting immediate solutions. For an ordinary person, a monster was a terrifying story. For a king, it was another day at work. Kings in Greek mythology did not make decisions the way rulers do in modern stories. They didn't sit in tall chambers with advisors and maps, calmly weighing pros and cons. No, their decisions were shaped by prophecies that refused to explain themselves, oracles who answered questions with riddles, dreams that might be divine messages or indigestion, and omens that could mean anything depending on who was interpreting them. A king could not simply say, "I think we should do this." He had to consult signs, analyze symbolic patterns, sacrifice animals, and hope the gods were in a cooperative mood. To be a king in that world was to live in constant fear that the next choice you made would accidentally fulfill a prophecy you were trying desperately to avoid. The gods, for reasons known only to themselves, had a fondness for delivering vague but terrifying predictions. And they never offered the helpful clarifications mortals desperately wanted. If a king received a prophecy that a child born in your house will bring ruin, he could not ask follow-up questions like, "Which child?" or "How exactly?" or "Is ruin metaphorical?" or "Should I be budgeting for repairs?" The oracle would simply stare, offer a mysterious smile, and retreat into the temple. Take King Laius of Thebes. He was told that any son he had would kill him. That alone was enough to unravel a lifetime of peace. Imagine waking up every morning thinking, "Well, today seems fine, unless destiny has other plans." Laius tried to avoid the prophecy by abandoning his son Oedipus at birth. But in Greek myth, avoiding fate is like trying to outrun your own shadow. It follows you no matter how fast you go. The child survived, grew up elsewhere, and eventually fulfilled the prophecy in a series of events that Laius could never have predicted. Every step Laius took to escape his fate led him closer to it, which was a typical pattern in Greek storytelling. King Acrisius of Argos faced a similar problem. The oracle warned him that his daughter's son, his future grandson, would kill him. Acrisius reacted with the calm rationality of mythological kings. He locked his daughter Danae in a bronze chamber Zeus, who possessed a remarkable ability to bypass locked doors, visited Danae anyway. Perseus was born, the prophecy unfolded, and Acrisius eventually died not in battle, not by a grand heroic strike, but by a flying discus during a sports event. Not exactly the dramatic end one imagines when hearing a doom-filled oracle, but fate has a sense of humour. Prophecies were never optional. You couldn't ignore them. Even attempting to do so ensured they came true. Kings lived with this constant anxiety. Every decision felt like stepping into a maze where the walls moved behind you. And then there were oracles. The most famous, of course, was the Oracle of Delphi. where Apollo's priestess sat upon a tripod and delivered messages from the god kings from across the Greek world, travelled to Delphi seeking guidance on wars, alliances, marriages, and harvests. But the priestess wasn't a political advisor. She spoke in riddles and poetic ambiguities. If you asked whether you should attack your enemies, she might respond, "A great empire will fall." Encouraging, until you realised you had no idea whether she meant your empire or theirs. Croesus of Lydia learned this the hard way. He had everything a king could want: wealth, power, and a desire to expand. When he asked the oracle if he should wage war, he received that iconic line, encouraged. He initiates the conflict, only to discover too late that the great empire doomed to fall was his own. Future kings took note. Oracles were wonderfully wise, but also spectacularly unhelpful when it came to specifics. The Greeks believed that dreams, too, were messages. A king's dream wasn't simply a jumble of images created by a restless mind. It might be a warning from the gods or a sign of something hidden. A disturbing dream could throw an entire palace into turmoil. Priests were summoned, offerings were made, seers were consulted. A king might wake up sweating at dawn after dreaming of an eagle, and spend the entire day trying to determine whether it meant victory, disaster, or a reminder to conduct the morning sacrifice. Seers, or mantes, added another layer of complexity. These individuals claimed, or genuinely believed, that they could interpret signs from the gods. They examined the flight of birds, the smoke of burning offerings, the entrails of sacrificed animals, and even the patterns of the weather. Their interpretations varied wildly. A king hoping for clarity might instead receive 3 contradictory explanations, each delivered with absolute confidence. Choosing which seer to trust could determine the fate of a kingdom. And because kings were always under scrutiny, every misinterpreted omen was their responsibility. If a war went poorly, it was because the king ignored a sign. If a storm destroyed the harvest, it was because the king misunderstood a dream. Failure wasn't simply political, it was spiritual. Kingship demanded an impossible level of divine literacy. Even worse, the gods often sent conflicting signs. Zeus might send an eagle to signify approval, but Hera might send a second eagle to contradict the first. A king had to balance divine politics as much as mortal politics. Every ritual needed to maintain equilibrium. And if the omens contradicted one another, the king had to choose which god to offend, not an enviable job. The pressure extended far beyond war. Prophecies impacted marriage, heirs, crops, voyages, and even architecture. A king couldn't build a new temple without consulting omens, couldn't marry off his daughter without examining dreams, couldn't adopt a child without ensuring the gods approved. Decision-making was slow and emotionally draining. One wrong move could invite disaster. For a king, the most unsettling truth was this: prophecies were always right, but never in the way you expected. They took the scenic route. They twisted, reversed, and unfolded with dramatic irony. A king might spend his life trying to avoid a single sentence spoken by an oracle, only to discover that every decision he made brought that sentence closer to fulfillment, and there was no appealing the outcome. Fate was a higher authority than the gods themselves. This unpredictability shaped how kings ruled. It made them cautious, ritualistic, and deeply anxious. They performed sacrifices frequently. They consulted seers for even the smallest decisions. They tried to remain humble, fearing divine punishment. They limited major actions to avoid creating new, vulnerable spots where fate could intervene. But even with all this caution, disaster found them. It was not always violent. Sometimes it came through gradual decline, through misfortune accumulating slowly, through misinterpreted signs that led to small mistakes that grew into larger ones. It was as though the universe expected kings to fail, and the moment they showed confidence, fate gently whispered, "Let's test that." One can almost feel sympathy for these rulers. Imagine trying to lead your people while constantly wondering whether a bird turning left meant prosperity or doom. Imagine trying to keep your kingdom stable while remembering that somewhere, at some time, someone in your bloodline offended a god who still hadn't forgotten. Imagine waking up in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, thinking, was that dream meaningful? Or did I simply eat too much goat stew? In Greek myth, kings were never allowed certainty. Their lives were suspended between divine intention and human action. Prophecies shaped their paths long before they took their first steps. Omens hovered over them. Dreams whispered warnings. Oracles spoke truths wrapped in riddles. Every decision, no matter how trivial, carried the weight of cosmic consequence. And through it all, the king's subjects expected calmness, confidence, and clarity. A ruler who hesitated looked weak. A ruler who acted boldly risked offending fate. A ruler who ignored omens endangered everyone. It was an impossible balance, and most kings failed. Not because they were foolish, but because the world they inhabited was designed for tragedy. A king in Greek mythology didn't simply rule, he hosted, constantly. His palace wasn't a private residence, but a glorified guest house with endless traffic. Travellers arrived without warning. Heroes requested shelter. Strangers wandered in, asking for food, wine, and a warm bath. And because of the sacred law of Xenia, hospitality, every king was required to welcome them, no exceptions. A rude rejection could offend Zeus himself, who oversaw hospitality with great enthusiasm and even greater punishments. This meant a king's daily life was dominated not by royal duties, but by unpredictable visitors, who often brought chaos. Hospitality in Greek society wasn't a pleasant gesture. It was a binding obligation. Guests were to be fed before questioned, treated respectfully, and given gifts upon departure. A kind idea in theory, but in practice it turned a king's home into a magnet for trouble. Take King Proetus of Tiryns, who welcomed Bellerophon. At first, this seemed straightforward. Bellerophon was handsome, polite, and well-spoken. But polite guests in mythology are often carrying dangerous backstories. In Bellerophon's case, he carried a sealed letter that essentially said, "Please kill this man immediately." Awkward. Proetus, respecting the laws of hospitality, couldn't kill him directly. It would offend Zeus. So Proetus sent him to his father-in-law, Iobates, with the same letter. Iobates, also unwilling to break sacred hospitality, solved the problem by giving Bellerophon impossible tasks designed to kill him. Naturally, Bellerophon survived everything, and the entire situation ended with more disasters. All because kings were too polite to say, "No visitors today, please." Strangers weren't the only problem kings had to beware of disguised gods. Athena, Hermes, and even Zeus himself frequently visited mortals in disguise to test their manners. A king never knew if the dusty traveller at the door was an ordinary merchant or an immortal in a slightly wrinkled cloak. Turning someone away could bring divine punishment. Offering a shabby meal could insult a god. Even appearing annoyed was risky. Hospitality was a minefield. A king had to smile, nod, and serve food he probably couldn't afford to share. The story of Philemon and Baucis, though not about kings, illustrates the stakes. Zeus and Hermes visited a village disguised as beggars. Everyone turned them away except one elderly couple. The village was destroyed. The couple was rewarded. Now imagine the pressure this put on kings. If two simple villagers could suffer for refusing hospitality, what of a ruler? A king had to maintain a level of politeness that bordered on divine diplomacy. Heroes made this far worse. They arrived late at night, drenched from storms, carrying swords, dramatic backstories, and deeply alarming requests. A king couldn't just say, "Sorry, we're full." Instead, he offered them a bed, a feast, and perhaps a fresh tunic. Only then could he ask, "So, what brings you to my palace?" By that time it was often too late. Heroes rarely needed a quiet place to rest. They needed resources, weapons, ships, or worse, help solving a problem that would soon become the king's problem. Theseus visited multiple kings during his early journeys. He was charming enough, but wherever he went, trouble followed. Highway robbers died, monsters appeared, and political tensions rose. Guest friendship with Theseus was not restful. A king might offer him dinner and wake up the next morning to learn that Theseus had accidentally toppled a tyrant or abducted someone important. Odysseus created similar chaos. A skilled talker, he could persuade almost anyone to assist him. But assistance often meant entangling a kingdom in divine affairs. Kings who hosted Odysseus frequently encountered storms, shipwrecks, or the irritation of gods displeased with Odysseus's cleverness. Even Heracles, kind-hearted, well-meaning Heracles, was one of the most exhausting guests imaginable. He arrived hungry, enormous, and frequently cursed or pursued. Hosting him almost guaranteed property damage. The Aegean stables incident alone created enough manure-related political fallout to last a decade. And when Heracles visited King Admetus, it was during a period of mourning. Heracles, not noticing, feasted loudly and drank heavily until he realized what was happening. Kings had to endure this sort of unintentional chaos with patience and grace. Hospitality also created diplomatic challenges. A king who sheltered someone automatically gained a guest friendship bond, a lifelong reciprocal obligation. This was wonderful when the guest was kind and sensible. It was less wonderful when the guest was a troublemaker or a future enemy. A king could not simply ignore such bonds. They were sacred and binding. For example, when Paris of Troy visited Menelaus, he was treated honourably, fed generously, and given fine accommodations. Paris repaid this hospitality by running off with Menelaus' wife. It was, by any measure, the worst possible breach of Xenia. And because hospitality was sacred, this violation wasn't merely a personal insult. It was a cosmic crime. Zeus Xenios himself was offended. Menelaus, already furious, now had the backing of divine rage. The chain reaction led to the conflict referenced under the title Boring Greek Myths for Sleep. Why it sucked to be a king in Greek mythology. One guest's betrayal launched an entire generation into suffering for kings. Hospitality could also be physically dangerous. A guest might be cursed, carrying divine wrath like a shadow. A king who hosted him risked sharing in his punishment. This happened to King Admetus, who welcomed Apollo during the god's period of servitude. Although Apollo rewarded him later, the initial situation was precarious. A mortal king hosting a god was a tremendous honour, but also a spiritual risk. The power imbalance was overwhelming. If Apollo had been in a worse mood, Admetus's entire household could have suffered, and because kings were responsible for maintaining ritual order, hospitality was not just social, it was religious. The meal had to be appropriate. The seating arrangements had to respect status. The sacrifices offered afterward had to be precise. Even the quality of the wine mattered. A careless mistake could offend both guest and god. What made hospitality especially stressful was that kings were expected to give gifts to departing guests. These gifts were symbolic but costly. Cloaks, weapons, jewellery, or horses. Kings gave away resources they often needed themselves. A palace's treasury could empty quickly if too many visitors arrived in a single season. A king trying to maintain alliances through generosity could inadvertently bankrupt his kingdom. At the same time, rejecting a guest could invite divine punishment or political backlash. Turning away a hero might earn the anger of the god who sponsored him. Turning away a cursed man might anger the god who cursed him. No decision was safe. Kings also had to manage their own families during these visits. A guest might fall in love with a daughter, request her hand in marriage, or accidentally anger a son. Family conflicts erupted frequently during feasts. Jealousy, pride, drunken arguments, all could escalate into violence. A king hosting a banquet lived in constant hope that no one would say anything too provocative. Even peaceful hospitality created long-term obligations. Xenia bonds outlived generations. A king might inherit alliances formed centuries earlier. If a distant descendant of a guest arrived seeking shelter, the king was expected to honour the ancient pact, and breaking an intergenerational bond was unthinkable. Underlying it all was this central truth. A king's palace was not his own. It belonged to the network of gods, heroes, and travellers who moved through the Greek world. The king provided stability so that others could pass through freely. But stability was fragile. One reckless guest could plunge the kingdom into chaos, which happened often. And yet kings had to keep hosting, smiling, pouring wine, and offering beds. Hospitality was not optional. It was a pillar of civilization, something that maintained cosmic order. But in maintaining that order, kings were constantly exposed to disorder. Their lives were filled with interruptions, unexpected guests, divine tests, and complicated obligations. In mythology, the quietest threats were often the ones who knocked politely at the palace door. A king in Greek mythology spent surprisingly little time sitting on a throne. Most of his days were devoted to extinguishing one crisis after another. Shortages, floods, failed harvests, unpaid taxes, restless farmers, disgruntled nobles, and the occasional omen that suggested the gods were preparing something unpleasant. If modern leadership sometimes resembles juggling, ancient kingship was more like being locked inside a room where every object was on fire and someone kept helpfully shouting, "Do something." The simplest problems were often the most exhausting. Consider food. Ancient economies depended heavily on agriculture: grain, olives, grapes, livestock. A single bad season could shift the entire political landscape. One drought, one swarm of locusts, one disease among animals, and suddenly a king found himself standing before an angry crowd demanding answers. The people didn't blame climate or chance. they blamed the king. Clearly he had offended a god, misread an omen, or failed to perform a ritual on the correct lunar day. Famine, in Greek imagination, didn't emerge naturally. It was a message. If Demeter withheld fertility, it was because something was wrong in the kingdom. Perhaps a temple needed repair. Perhaps a ritual had been performed incorrectly. Perhaps a guest had been mistreated. Or perhaps, in one of mythology's classic plot twists, the king himself had done something, intentionally or unknowingly, that invited divine displeasure. A king had to guess what the gods wanted, guess what the people needed, and then hope that both guesses aligned. The story of Erysichthon illustrates this perfectly. He cut down a sacred grove of Demeter, something any sensible king should have avoided, and the goddess responded not with a simple punishment, but with relentless, eternal hunger. The man consumed his kingdom's resources, begging for food, draining his household until he destroyed himself. The myth reminded kings that neglecting divine boundaries led to ruin for everyone under their rule. A king had to protect sacred spaces, maintain rituals, and ensure offerings were correct, not merely for his own sake, but for the entire population. Taxation added another layer of difficulty. Ancient Greek kings did not impose taxes the way later monarchies did. Their authority depended on mutual obligations. Subjects provided goods, labour, and military service, while the king offered protection, justice, and religious order. If a king demanded too much, grain, livestock, or manpower, people grumbled. If he demanded too little, the palace treasury shrank. Sacrifices diminished, and the kingdom appeared weak to neighbours. Balancing this fragile system required diplomacy, patience, and a remarkable tolerance for complaints. Farmers protested the size of levies. Nobles insisted on exemptions. Priests argued that more resources should go toward temples. Merchants objected that taxes on trade discouraged business. A king spent a surprising amount of time negotiating disagreements between people who all believed they were absolutely correct. And the palace treasury was constantly under pressure. Kings needed resources for festivals, sacrifices, building projects, diplomatic gifts, and emergency supplies. Hospitality obligations drained storage quickly. When heroes or foreign dignitaries visited, the king was expected to offer lavish feasts and valuable gifts, cloaks, armour, horses, or finely worked cups. A few important guests arriving too close together could practically empty the storerooms. Yet refusing generosity was not an option. It would insult the guest and anger Zeus Xenios, protector of hospitality. Amid all this, the king also had to maintain social stability. Greek society was tightly knit, and news, or rumours, spread with alarming speed. A strange omen, a sudden illness in the palace, a distant earthquake, or even the flight pattern of birds could stir panic. The king had to appear calm, wise, and knowledgeable even when he wasn't entirely sure what was happening. He had to offer explanations that satisfied the public and perform rituals that reassured them. And if the omens were genuinely bad, he had to act swiftly to prevent unrest. Even small domestic issues could escalate. Suppose a shepherd spotted an unusual star. Soon the villagers would whisper that it signalled divine displeasure. By midday, a small crowd might gather outside the palace, urging the king to consult seers or perform sacrifices. A king couldn't dismiss these concerns. Doing so risked appearing impious. So he made offerings, consulted priests, and delivered a carefully worded reassurance. Leadership in that world was as much performance as it was governance. Then there were the nobles. Aristocratic families held their own power, wealth, and influence. They expected the king to protect their interests, while also maintaining order. Among them, rivalries between noble families could ignite civil strife. A king had to manage disputes over land, inheritance, and marriage alliances, delicate matters that could erupt into violence if mishandled. Sometimes the king's own family caused trouble. Princes felt entitled to privileges. Brothers resented authority. Daughters' marriages created diplomatic tension. A single mismanaged wedding could destabilize alliances. One unfortunate prophecy could tear apart the household. The palace wasn't simply a political centre, it was a pressure cooker of expectations, jealousy, and divine oversight. Kings also had to oversee justice. Theft, land disputes, accidental injuries, religious offences, and violent crimes all required the king's judgment. But in a world where gods frequently intervened, justice was complicated. A wronged party might claim, "Apollo told me in a dream that the king must fix this," which forced the king to navigate not just legal logic, but divine implications. Sentencing someone who claimed divine instruction could anger the gods. Failing to punish wrongdoing could anger the people. There were no easy decisions. Public works added another challenge. Walls needed repairing. Temples needed renovation. Roads needed clearing. Water systems required maintenance. And because kingship in many regions was viewed as sacred, failing to maintain infrastructure wasn't simply laziness. It was impiety. Neglected public works were interpreted as signs that the king had lost divine favour. A broken bridge might mean a broken covenant with the gods. Festivals also demanded resources and attention. Greek religion was not occasional, it was constant. Every month, week, or even day required some ritual. Festivals honoured gods, marked seasons, purified households, and reinforced social bonds. The king played a central role in many ceremonies, representing the entire community. If he performed the ritual incorrectly, disaster might follow. If he performed it flawlessly, people might still worry something was wrong. Ritual precision was essential, yet fraught with risk. During times of abundance, festivals were joyous. During times of scarcity, they strained the kingdom further. A king had to decide whether to sacrifice valuable livestock during a famine, a necessary act to appease the gods, but one that could anger starving citizens. Every choice risked backlash. And when people became frustrated by illness, hunger, taxes, or rumour, they directed their anger toward the king. A small drought could evolve into a crisis of confidence. A bad harvest might inspire whispers of rebellion. People questioned the king's piety, competence, or lineage. The ruler bore not only the weight of daily governance, but the emotional burden of an entire population. In mythology, kings like Oeneus, Minos, and Creon exemplify this pressure. Their decisions, often motivated by fear, trying to resolve crises, spiraled into larger disasters. Not because they lacked intelligence, but because their position forced them into impossible situations. Every solution created new problems. Every problem revealed new vulnerabilities. The deeper truth is that kingship in Greek mythology wasn't about power. It was about responsibility. Endless, exhausting responsibility. A king existed not to enjoy luxury, but to absorb the kingdom's fears, uncertainties, and grievances. He was the linchpin holding the fragile structure together. Performing rituals, solving disputes, maintaining order, facing divine scrutiny, and managing crises, and the crises never stopped. Even in moments of peace, a king knew that famine, plague, or divine displeasure could return without warning. His role was a cycle of vigilance. He slept lightly. He listened for omens. He consulted seers. He prepared for emergencies. Because in Greek myth, stability was temporary, but responsibility was permanent. For all their worries about famine, omens, curses, nobles, and divine mood swings, Greek kings faced one unique kind of danger that could not be predicted or prevented. Heroes. Heroes wandered the world like walking disasters, impressively strong, wildly unpredictable, and always dragging some divine vendetta, prophecy, or personal trauma behind them. They were necessary, yes. They solved problems no ordinary human could. But they also brought so much collateral chaos that kings often wondered whether the monster had been the lesser of two evils. A hero's arrival at the palace gates meant one of three things. First, a kingdom-threatening crisis. Second, a divine request that would ruin the king's daily schedule. Or third, a personal problem the hero intended to fix with someone else's resources. Kings learned to recognize the look of a hero. The confident stride, the slightly troubled eyes, the assortment of unusual weapons, and the subtle aura of "don't ask too many questions about where I've been." Heracles was the most famous, and the most exhausting. Hosting him was a bit like inviting a tornado to dinner. He solved problems with spectacular enthusiasm, but also caused them with equal enthusiasm. Kings who welcomed him found their stables overturned, their wine cellars mysteriously emptied, and their servants nervously muttering about omens. Heracles had the strength to kill monsters, yes, but also the strength to accidentally break palace pillars while stretching. And yet kings needed him. When a giant lion or serpent or multi-headed creature appeared, no mortal army could handle it. Heracles would swoop in, complete the task, and then leave just as suddenly, usually after causing some unintentional political fallout. King Eurystheus lived in constant terror of Heracles' return from each labour, often hiding in jars or storage pits. Imagine trying to maintain royal dignity when your primary leadership strategy was run away until the hero leaves. Theseus too was a hero kings feared as much as they admired. Before he united Athens, he travelled through Greece defeating criminals and monsters. An admirable resume, certainly, but he did so with a combination of fearlessness and impulsiveness that left kings nervous. When Theseus walked into a palace, kings immediately wondered whether a local troublemaker would be dead by morning, whether a neighbouring war might begin, or whether Theseus would abduct someone accidentally. He had a habit of involving kings in his personal decisions as well. On his journey to Crete, he sought King Minos's support, but the entire venture created enough diplomatic tension to shake the Aegean. Minos had to manage both a terrifying bull-headed monster and a band of Athenian youths, all while dealing with Theseus's determination to solve the problem single-handedly. It was the mythic equivalent of a visiting guest deciding to redesign your entire house. Because he disapproved of your furniture arrangement, Jason was another hero who made kings' lives complicated. When he assembled the Argonauts, he unintentionally created a group of adventurers so chaotic that no palace was safe. They caused storms, offended kings, charmed princesses, fulfilled prophecies, and left ruin behind them. King Ates, for instance, had to deal with Jason's arrival, an arrival that coincided with divine intrigue, political unrest, and a daughter who suddenly fell deeply in love with the visiting hero. Medea's eventual involvement changed the course of multiple kingdoms, all because Jason needed a golden fleece, and Aeetes couldn't refuse hospitality. Perseus brought similar complications. When he visited King Polydectes, the king ended up entangled in Perseus's quest to defeat Medusa. Polydectes likely regretted the moment he invited the young hero into his palace. Heroes may have been valuable, but they tended to interpret simple comments, like "bring me a gift," as invitations to embark on divine-level quests that eventually destroyed kingdoms, households, or family structures. Perseus returned with Medusa's head, accidentally petrified several people, and dramatically altered the political landscape. With a gesture, heroes were unpredictable not only because of their power, but because of their divine connections. Most were half-gods or favourites of deities. That meant wherever a hero travelled, divine politics followed. A king who hosted a hero risked hosting the hero's divine patron as well. A king who angered a hero risked angering that hero's god, and a king who helped a hero might inadvertently insult another deity who preferred the monster the hero had just killed. It was a delicate spiritual equation with far too many variables. And then there was the issue of prophecy. Heroes were magnets for prophecy. If a king encountered a wanderer bearing a prophecy, he knew trouble was coming. Many kings learned, too late, that helping a hero meant accelerating their own doom. King Laius attempted to avoid the prophecy surrounding his son Oedipus, but Oedipus returned anyway, fulfilling destiny in ways no one could have predicted. Prophecy wasn't something a king could outrun. Heroes carried it on their backs. Even kings without dangerous prophecies faced other problems when heroes came calling. Heroes frequently requested supplies: food, weapons, ships, sometimes entire crews. Kings had to provide these resources or risk offending both the hero and the gods who supported him, but providing too much drained the economy, weakened defences, and upset nobles who felt neglected. A single hero's visit could throw the entire kingdom into political turmoil. Sometimes heroes arrived to seek purification. Greek mythology treated purification as a spiritual reset button. A hero who committed a violent act, whether justified or accidental, required cleansing. But accepting a hero in need of purification was dangerous. The king who performed the ritual temporarily absorbed the hero's pollution. If anything went wrong, the king and his kingdom shared responsibility. This meant that inviting a troubled hero into your palace was like inviting in a thundercloud, and heroes had complicated emotional lives. They grieved loudly, celebrated loudly, and fought loudly. This was problematic in palaces with thin stone walls and easily startled servants. Kings spent more time managing the hero's emotional outbursts than discussing policy. A hero upset with a banquet might storm out. A hero insulted by a minor noble might challenge him to a duel. A hero grieving a friend might call upon the gods for comfort, summoning storms or plagues. Then there was the matter of marriage. Heroes liked to marry princesses. This created diplomatic nightmares. A king had to decide whether to approve the marriage, risking his daughter's future, or refuse, risking the hero's wrath. Many kings learned too late that marrying a daughter to a hero did not create peace. It created entanglements with divine families, jealous rivals, and future rebellions. Kings also feared heroes because heroes set examples. Ordinary citizens admired them, comparing their deeds with the king's actions. Whenever a hero performed a daring act, people asked why their king wasn't doing something equally impressive. Kings couldn't compete with demigods, but public expectations didn't care about such details. The more heroes wandered through the world, the smaller kings felt beside them. Ultimately, the hero problem came down to this. Heroes destabilized everything. They weren't malicious, they weren't intentionally disruptive, but they shifted political, social, and divine balance wherever they went. Kings needed them desperately, but also dreaded their arrival. A monster could destroy a city, but a hero could destroy a kingdom's stability without meaning to. And kings understood this deeply. They didn't fear being overthrown by their people. They feared being overshadowed by someone else's greatness. Kingship in Greek mythology was not a profession. It was a sentence. A beautifully engraved sentence, perhaps, wrapped in ceremony and honour. But a sentence nonetheless. It promised authority, yes, and a fine view from the palace balcony. But beneath that polished surface lay constant danger, divine scrutiny, family betrayal, public expectation, and a sense of isolation so deep that even the gods seemed to watch from a distance with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. When a Greek king sat on his throne, he sat not on a symbol of comfort, but on a precarious perch where every decision pulled him closer to an ending that almost never came quietly. Very few kings in Greek myth drifted into old age like a candle burning down peacefully. Most went out like torches dropped into oil. Agamemnon discovered this the moment he steps across the threshold of his palace, still wearing the dust of the conflict referenced under the title Boring Greek Myths for Sleep: Why It Sucked to be a King in Greek Mythology. He had returned triumphant, commanding the admiration of armies. Yet the household he returned to had been simmering in grief and fury. Clytemnestra had waited 10 long years, turning her sorrow into steel. Agamemnon's end was not simply violent, it was the accumulation of every sacrifice he made, every prophecy he ignored, and every decision that shaped his reign. In Greek myth, a king could lead thousands into battle, conquer cities, and still be undone by one small crack inside the walls of his own home. Priam's end showed a different kind of tragedy. A king destroyed not because he failed, but because the world around him collapsed. Priam ruled Troy with patience, dignity, and an elder's wisdom. Yet none of that mattered when divine grudges ignited a war. Kingship offered no shield against the rage of heroes or the plans of gods. When the city fell, Priam sought sanctuary at the altar of Zeus, the very symbol of protection, and still he died there. It was perhaps the purest lesson Greek myth ever offered. Even the most sacred stone in the city could not protect a king from forces beyond mortal reach. Oedipus faced a fate more internal, but no less devastating. He solved the riddle of the Sphinx, saved Thebes, married its queen, and ruled with determination. He was clever, brave, devoted, but fate had already written his ending. When the truth emerged, Oedipus discovered that kingship was no defense against destiny. His downfall came not from an enemy army or a divine punishment, but from a past he could not outrun. His rule dissolved in a single revelation. All the authority he held could not alter who he was or what he had unknowingly done. the throne could not protect him from himself. And his sons, Eteocles and Polynices, showed that even after a king fell, the throne continued demanding payment. The struggle for power destroyed them both. They fought not just for land or authority, but for vindication, for identity. Their deaths, brother against brother, reinforced the mythic belief that the throne itself was cursed. Those who sat upon it carried an invisible burden, one that pulled families apart generation after generation. Peleus lived his entire life under the shadow of prophecy. Kingship did not strengthen him, it weakened him with fear. When Jason appeared, missing a sandal and radiating destiny like a beacon, Peleus tried to outsmart fate by sending him on an impossible quest. But Greek fate, unlike mortal kings, could not be tricked. Peleus' death came not by heroic vengeance, but through a ritual gone wrong, a misguided attempt by his own daughters to restore his youth. It was an ending both tragic and strangely quiet, as though the universe wanted to remind kings that even cautious, clever attempts to preserve authority could lead to ruin. Minos, on the other hand, was the very model of divine endorsement, or so he believed. Zeus supported him, or at least tolerated him. But even divine lineage did not keep Minos' reign smooth. He spent his final years chasing Daedalus, chasing order, chasing control. And in the end, he died far from his home, a king whose power dissolved in pursuit of a problem that began with one divine bull and spiraled into generations of tragedy. Even favoured kings discovered that divine approval was a flickering lantern, not a fortress wall. The reason kings rarely died peacefully lies deep within Greek thought kingship. In their stories was a connection point between the human world and the divine. Mortals lived with uncertainty, but kings lived with amplified uncertainty. Every ritual mattered, every omen mattered, every decision carried consequences that echoed through the lives of their subjects. Kings represented cosmic order. When something went wrong, when famine came, when storms struck, when prophecies whispered doom, the people looked not to the gods but to the king. This responsibility isolated rulers. A king could celebrate festivals with his people, but he could not share their fears. He could command armies, but he could not rely on anyone else to carry his burden of divine expectation. He could gather advisors, but their counsel could not stop fate. Even family was unreliable. A king's children were potential rivals. His brothers were competition in waiting. His queen might be loyal, or might not. Palace walls were thin, and every whispered conversation echoed louder, for a ruler who knew each whisper could become a threat. Even kings who ruled wisely found themselves trapped by the very structures they upheld. Nestor lived long and ruled well, but he saw the deaths of countless kings, heroes and sons. His longevity was bittersweet, a quiet testimony to survival, not triumph. Menelaus returned home with Helen, but the cost of that return was decades of war, loss, and wandering. His rule continued, yes, but it was burdened with memory. Peace often felt more like aftermath. The real weight of the throne came not from governing people, but from navigating the unseen forces surrounding it. Every Greek king lived in a world thick with prophecy. Some prophecies were whispered at birth. Some were uttered during rituals. Some emerged in dreams. None could be escaped. Fate in Greek mythology did not simply predict. It sculpted. It had shape, intention, patience. A king might spend his entire life attempting to avoid one line from an oracle, only to walk directly into its fulfillment. The throne, then, was a stage built on the tension between mortal will and cosmic design. A king could act, choose, lead, and decide, but always within boundaries drawn by forces greater than himself. The throne offered visibility, power, and symbolic importance. But it also made the king the most vulnerable person in the kingdom. When disasters came, the people looked at the king. When omens faltered, the gods looked at the king. When prophecies unfolded, fate looked at the king. In myth, this is why kings rarely died peacefully. Their lives mattered too much to the cosmic fabric of the story. Quiet endings belonged to shepherds, farmers, and craftsmen, people who lived within the world. Kings lived at the edges of it, touching realms seen and unseen. They ruled kingdoms, yes, but their true battle was with forces no sword or shield could confront. And that is the final truth. Greek myth makes clear. A king might sit above his people, but he never sat above fate. The throne, shining and impressive from afar, was the loneliest seat in all of Greece. A seat from which the world was visible, but safety was not. A seat of power, but never peace. Let us begin not with thunder or prophecy, but with a girl and her loom. She was called Arachne, a mortal with hands so deft they moved like wind through wool. Her tapestries shimmered with colour and precision, scenes so finely woven they seemed to breathe. People said she must have learned from Athena herself, which was the sort of praise one should never utter too loudly in ancient Greece. Arachne didn't deny it. In fact, she laughed. She said she was better. And that, you see, was a mistake. For the gods of Olympus were not distant, noble deities. They were near, always near. And they didn't particularly like being compared to mortals, let alone outdone by them. So Athena came down from the heavens, her pride pricked like a burr under the skin, and challenged the girl to a contest. 2 looms, 2 minds, one divine, one human. And Arachne's tapestry? It was exquisite, a panorama of the gods' misdeeds. Zeus seducing women in a dozen disguises, Poseidon ravishing Medusa in Athena's temple, Apollo chasing nymphs who wanted nothing to do with him. The thread glittered with uncomfortable truth. Athena's work, by contrast, was flawless and stern, a depiction of piety and punishment. But when she saw Arachne's piece, she flew into a rage, not because it was wrong, but because it wasn't. She tore it apart and struck the girl down. Then, in that strangely poetic cruelty the gods so loved, transformed her into a spider. And so Arachne still weaves, but without fingers, without pride, without a voice. A cautionary tale, and one that sets the tone. Because in Greek mythology, if a god notices you, it rarely ends well. The Olympians, you see, were not above meddling. They did not dwell on high with benevolent detachment. Number. They peered down, eyes sharp as hawks, looking for beauty, arrogance, wit, or defiance. Anything that might amuse or annoy them. Humans were their toys, their distractions, their cautionary examples. Take Semele, a mortal woman beloved of Zeus. He whispered sweet nothings into her ear and promised her anything she wished. And in a moment of fatal honesty, she asked to see him as he truly was, in all his divine radiance. Zeus warned her. He begged her to reconsider, but an oath was an oath. And when he revealed his true form, the brightness alone consumed her, burned to ash. Their unborn child, Dionysus, was saved only because Zeus sewed him into his own thigh, like a strange botanical graft. He was born later, with a head full of vines and madness. Another mortal, Io, suffered a different fate. She caught Zeus's eye, an unfortunate habit of many young women in mythology. To conceal her from Hera, Zeus turned her into a cow. A lovely cow, to be fair, but still. Hera, never one to be fooled for long, demanded the cow as a gift and assigned Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. And so Io wandered, watched always, pursued by a gadfly Hera sent to torment her. She crossed continents, became a legend. Eventually she was restored to human form, but not before learning that divine attention was a form of punishment in itself. Even mortals who never sought glory often found themselves dragged into the gods' schemes. Cassandra was one such soul. She was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo in exchange for her love. But when she changed her mind, as people do, Apollo did not take rejection well. He cursed her. She would still speak true prophecies, but no one would ever believe her. She saw the fall of Troy. She saw her own death. She saw fire and ruin, and no one listened, not once. The Greeks had a word for this kind of tragic arrogance, hubris. It wasn't just pride, it was overstepping. Crossing invisible lines drawn by gods who did not like their creations to become too clever, too bold, or too beautiful. Mortals who rose too high were always brought low. Not always with death, but sometimes with something worse. Take Niobe, Queen of Thebes. She had many children, 12 in some stories, 14 in others, and she made the mistake of bragging that she was more deserving of worship than Leto, who had only 2. Unfortunately for Niobe, Leto's 2 children were Artemis and Apollo. They descended like arrows from the sky. One by one, Niobe's children fell. She wept and screamed and begged. In the end, the gods turned her to stone. A weeping rock carved by grief. And somewhere in Anatolia, the stone still stands. Mortals could rarely win, and when they did, it often came with strings attached. Like poor Phaethon, who demanded proof that the sun god Helios was his father. Helios, bound by paternal pride and perhaps a touch of guilt, allowed him to drive the chariot of the sun for a day. A teenage boy, at the reins of a flaming, sky-burning, day-dragging chariot. It did not go well. He lost control. The sun veered too close to the earth. Fields scorched, rivers boiled, the world began to unravel. Zeus, ever the cosmic janitor, hurled a lightning bolt and ended it. Phaethon fell like a star and crashed into the river Eridanus. Mortals grieved, the gods moved on. Even the great wars of mortals were often started by divine pettiness. The Trojan War, for instance, did not begin with ships or sieges. It began with a golden apple. Eris, goddess of discord, wasn't invited to a divine wedding. So she did what any resentful guest might. She tossed a golden apple into the feast, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all reached for it. They demanded a judge. And they found one in Paris, a Trojan prince tending sheep, far from the noise of court. Each goddess offered him a gift. Hera offered power. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. Aphrodite offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. He chose beauty. He chose Aphrodite. And that woman, Helen, was already married to a Spartan king. When Paris took her to Troy, the world ignited. 1,000 ships launched. Heroes died. Cities burned. All because of one mortal asked to judge a divine beauty pageant. It should be said, no good ever came of mortals trying to decide which god was better. The gods didn't want truth. They wanted flattery. But mortals could not avoid them. Not really. They prayed, they sacrificed, they lit fires and poured wine and whispered names before sleep. The temples were many, and the gods were everywhere, not always listening, but always present. And the relationship was not about love. It was about survival. To be immortal was to walk carefully, to give thanks quickly, to take no credit, even for your own genius, to hope, above all, to be overlooked. Because to be noticed by the gods was to become a story. And in Greek mythology, stories rarely ended well. The gods did not weep for mortals, they used them. Sometimes they gave gifts, yes, a golden touch here, a prophecy there. But the gifts often turned sour. Midas wished for everything he touched to turn to gold. And soon he could touch nothing. Not bread, not water, not his daughter. He begged for the gift to be taken back. It was. But not before he learned that divine generosity always has a price. Some mortals tried to outwit fate, but fate was older than the gods. The Moirai, the fates, spun, measured, and cut the threads of life. Even Zeus could not undo what they wove. Oedipus tried, told he would kill his father and marry his mother. He fled the home he knew, and in doing so, he fulfilled the prophecy. The very effort to escape his doom brought it into being. That was the cruel beauty of Greek myth. No one was above fate, not kings, not queens, not heroes, and certainly not mortals. So why, one might wonder, did people keep believing in these gods? Why pray to deities who punished more than protected? Because the gods explained the world. The storms, the floods, the sudden illnesses, the way fortunes rose and fell. All of it could be seen in the stories. The gods gave shape to chaos. They made meaning from suffering. They were not just punishers. They were metaphors, archetypes, warnings in flesh. And for all their flaws, they were unforgettable. To be immortal in Greek mythology was to be temporary. A momentary flash of joy or error, a name in a line of verse, a thread in the great tapestry of fate. Sometimes brilliant, often blood-stained, always fragile. And somewhere above or beyond, the gods watched, amused, displeased, or merely curious. And you, little mortal, you simply did your best to survive the story. It's one thing to make a mistake and suffer for it, but imagine being doomed not because of what you did, but because of what your great-great-grandfather once said to a god, possibly while drunk, and possibly while losing at dice. In the world of Greek mythology, curses were not simply misfortunes. They were legacy items. Heirlooms passed down with the family name. You could inherit your father's nose, your mother's eyes, and a divine malediction that would ruin your entire bloodline for generations. It made for a dramatic family tree, heavy on nobility, light on happy endings. Consider, for example, the House of Atreus, a dynasty so steeped in doom that it makes the average soap opera look like a church picnic. The trouble began, as it so often does, with a quarrel between brothers. Atreus and Thyestes, sons of Pelops, squabbled over the Mycenaean throne. There was betrayal, adultery, and then, inevitably, cannibalism. Atreus, having discovered that his brother had an affair with his wife, decided the appropriate response was to serve him a feast of his own children, artfully roasted. Now, you might assume the gods would intervene here. Smite someone. Send a memo. But no. The gods simply nodded grimly and let the curse settle in like a stain. From that moment on, the family was doomed. Atreus' son Agamemnon went on to become the commander of the Greek forces in the Trojan War. A great honour. He also sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to get a favourable wind, spent 10 years at war, and was murdered in his bath upon returning home by his wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover. His surviving children then had to decide whether avenging their father was more important than not murdering their mother. A difficult position, even by mythological standards. Orestes, the son, chose vengeance. He killed Clytemnestra, and was promptly hounded across the land by the Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, with snakes for hair and a passion for justice that did not forgive matricide. Only with divine intervention and a trial at the Areopagus in Athens was Orestes finally acquitted. But even then, the stain lingered. The house of Atreus was the cautionary tale of cautionary tales. A bloodline cursed with betrayal, madness, and murder, not because each generation was evil, but because the weight of divine wrath could not be shaken off like old dust. And it wasn't just royal families who suffered this fate. Take Oedipus, poor, unfortunate Oedipus, born to Laius and Jocasta, king and queen of Thebes. Laius, like many mythical men, made a mistake. He abducted a young man, violating hospitality and sacred law. The gods frowned upon this, and a curse was laid. The prophecy came, their child would kill his father and marry his mother. Naturally, they did what any responsible parents might do. They tried to have the baby killed. But the servant they tasked with the job couldn't quite bring himself to do it. He left the child to die on a hillside instead. A shepherd found him. The boy was raised in Corinth, unaware of his origins. Years later, Oedipus, now a young man, heard a whisper of prophecy himself, that he would kill his father and marry his mother. Horrified, he fled Corinth, trying to outrun destiny. But you can't outpace the fates. He met Laius on the road. There was an argument, as ancient fathers and sons are wont to have. A fight broke out. One man died. Later, Oedipus married Jocasta, queen of Thebes, and had children. The truth came slowly, horribly. Jocasta hanged herself. Oedipus blinded himself. And their children, Antigone and her siblings, would inherit not just a ruined throne, but a family history thick with sorrow. Greek tragedy, you see, doesn't bother with happy endings. It begins with the seed of ruin and watches it grow. This idea that a family line could be cursed wasn't just poetic fiction. The Greeks believed in something called miasma, a kind of spiritual pollution. It could be inherited. You could be born unclean because of the sins of your ancestors. Blood cries out for more blood, and until the cycle is broken, through sacrifice, exile, or divine mercy, it continues. We might see it as metaphor today. Generational trauma, the sins of the father. But for the Greeks, it was very literal. A spiritual rot that clung to a name, not unlike mildew on stone. You could change your clothes, your city, even your gods, but the curse remained. And so we find mortals who live in fear, not of what they might do, but what they are, who they are. Perseus, hero and slayer of Medusa, was himself born of questionable circumstance. His mother, Danae, was locked in a bronze chamber by her father, who had heard a prophecy that her child would kill him. Zeus, never one to let bronze get in the way of romance, visited her in the form of golden rain, one of the stranger seduction tactics in myth. Danae conceived. Perseus was born. The king, aghast, did not kill the child, but set mother and son adrift at sea. They survived. Perseus thrived. Years later he returned and, entirely by accident, struck his grandfather dead with a discus at some friendly games. Fate fulfilled. Even when no one meant any harm, prophecy finds its loopholes. These stories reflect something deep in the Greek psyche. The idea that fate is not something you can bargain with. It is a web already woven, and every step you take simply tangles you further. Mortals tried to be clever. They tried to outthink destiny, but the gods always smiled quietly and let them try. Sometimes the curse was physical. The line of Cadmus, founder of Thebes, was riddled with misfortune. His descendants included Pentheus, torn apart by his own mother in a frenzy of Dionysian madness, and Actaeon, who accidentally saw Artemis bathing and was transformed into a stag, then hunted and killed by his own hounds. Cadmus himself, after a life of toil and tragedy, was turned into a serpent. His wife too. They slithered off into obscurity, perhaps the kindest ending in that entire family history. But not all cursed families were royal. Some were simply too beautiful for their own good. Take the tale of Phaedra, wife of Theseus. Her stepson, Hippolytus, was a devout follower of Artemis. So devout, in fact, that he shunned all love and scorned Aphrodite. And you can imagine how well that went. Aphrodite, goddess of love and vengeance, arranged for Phaedra to fall in love with him. It was unnatural, tragic. When he rejected her, she took her own life and left a note claiming he had attacked her. Theseus cursed his son, and Poseidon, never one to pass up a smiting, obliged. Hippolytus died, dashed against the rocks by his own chariot horses. You could die because your family was cursed, or because a god wanted revenge on someone you reminded them of, or simply because you existed in the orbit of doomed people. Misery was contagious. The Greeks didn't believe in fairness, not in the modern sense. They believed in Moira, one's share, one's portion of fate. Some were given great glory, others were given ruin, sometimes both. But what about redemption, you might ask? What about mortals who escape the curse? They're rare, but not impossible. Orestes, hounded by the Furies, eventually received a trial in Athens. The jury was split, half for acquittal, half for condemnation. Athena herself cast the deciding vote, not in the name of justice but mercy. And in that moment, a new idea emerged, that law might one day replace vengeance, that perhaps a man need not be defined solely by his ancestors' crimes. It was a glimmer of hope, a small one. But there it was. In the meantime, the average mortal lived quietly, married carefully, prayed constantly, one eye on the gods, one foot in the dirt, hoping the sins of the father had not already taken root in the son. To be a mortal in Greek mythology was to live in a story that began long before you were born, and might not end until long after you were gone. Your life was a single verse in a tragic poem, shaped by bloodlines, curses, and the unpredictable whims of fate. You might rise, you might fall, but you would not escape the weight of your name. And if the gods whispered your family's name in Olympus, whether in praise or in jest, that was rarely a good sign. There are many lessons to learn from Greek mythology, but one stands above the rest, carved like a warning into the very foundations of Mount Olympus. Do not talk back to the gods. Don't question them. Don't correct them. Don't get clever, sarcastic, or poetic. Don't mutter under your breath. Don't sigh too loudly. And above all, do not, under any circumstances, try to win an argument. Because they will hear you. They always do. And while gods may be immortal, their egos are surprisingly brittle. Take the case of Pentheus, king of Thebes, young, proud, fond of order. He ruled with a sharp eye and a firm hand. And then Dionysus arrived. Now, Dionysus was not your typical Olympian. Born of a mortal mother, Semele, and carried in Zeus's thigh, he straddled the line between divine and human, wild and civilized, wine and wrath. His worship was strange, ecstatic, dancing in the woods, drinking, shouting, shedding inhibition like a snakeskin. Pentheus, unimpressed, declared it nonsense. He banned Dionysian rites, arrested the god in disguise, mocked his long hair, and in the sort of fatal decision only a tragic character could make, decided to spy on the Bacchic women in their revels, dressed as one of them. He crept into the forest in a flowing gown, perched in a tree for a better view, and there, in the moonlight, the women saw him. But they did not see a man. Dionysus clouded their minds. They saw a lion. They attacked. His own mother, Agave, was first to reach him. She tore him down. He died in pieces, smiling up at the stars. The gods are nothing if not theatrical. Pentheus's crime? He laughed. He doubted. He told the gods they were nonsense. And the gods, it turns out, have a very clear opinion on nonsense. Another fellow who learned this the hard way was Capaneus, a warrior in the myth of the 7 against Thebes. He scaled the city walls, bold as brass, and declared aloud, in the middle of battle, that not even Zeus could stop him. Zeus did stop him, with a lightning bolt, instant death, crisped mid-sentence. There's a curious silence that follows stories like these, a kind of collective holding of breath, because the moral is never subtle. Speak out of turn, and you will be turned to ash, or stone, or mist, or a cautionary statue in some temple courtyard. Even those who told the truth, not lies, but inconvenient truths, were punished. Cassandra, Princess of Troy, was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo. But when she rejected his advances, or rather accepted the gift and then rejected him, he cursed her. She would still see the future, yes. She would see it clearly, brilliantly, unbearably, but no one would ever believe her. She warned of the Trojan horse, of the sack of the city, of her own death, and every word fell like dust. Disbelieved, ignored, dismissed. The gods, you see, don't mind if you're right, as long as it's flattering. If it's not, well, you'll find yourself yelling into the void. And sometimes the punishment came not from the god directly, but through the very forces of fate itself. Take Arachne. You'll remember her from earlier. The weaver who dared claim she was better than Athena. The detail often overlooked in her story is this. She was right. Her tapestry was beautiful. It told the truth. It depicted the gods' crimes, their disguises, their seductions. And Athena, though furious, could not deny the skill. So she destroyed the work. And the girl. Because it is not enough to be right. You must also be reverent. And in ancient Greece, reverence did not mean quiet belief. It meant submission. It's easy to judge the gods as petty, and to be fair, they often were, but their responses reflect something deeper about the way the Greeks saw the world. The gods were not moral exemplars. They were not just or fair in the way we use those terms now. They were powerful, and that, in the ancient world, was the only justice that mattered. Power could not be questioned without consequence. The gods represented not ideals, but forces. The sea was Poseidon, stormy, unpredictable, capable of bounty or destruction. Wisdom was Athena, cold, strategic, sometimes cruel. Love was Aphrodite, capricious, overwhelming, delightfully irrational. To insult a god was to insult the very fabric of the world, To question Artemis was to court death in childbirth. To laugh at Demeter was to risk famine. And the gods did not need to punish you personally. Sometimes they let your own words do the damage. Consider Niobe again, the queen who bragged about her many children, mocking Leto for having only 2. It was not just pride, it was speech. She voiced disrespect. She put it into the world. And so Leto's children, Apollo and Artemis, struck her family down, one by one. When the last child died, Niobe fled to a mountain top and begged the gods to end her suffering. They granted her request, turned her to stone. Even her tears, they say, became part of the mountain, always weeping, never changing. It's tempting to imagine these stories as metaphors, cautionary tales for courtly behaviour. But in ancient Greece, they were lived truths. Not literal, perhaps, but deeply embedded in ritual and thought. People didn't just fear the gods, they feared saying the wrong thing near a shrine, making a joke during a sacrifice, yawning too loudly during a festival. Speech was power, and power could summon attention. And attention, divine attention, was rarely a blessing. The Greek term for this was asebeia, impiety. It didn't mean heresy in the modern sense. It meant acting improperly toward the divine, speaking out of turn, behaving without the right reverence. Socrates, the philosopher, was executed not for atheism, but for asebeia, corrupting the youth, introducing new gods, and failing to honour the old ones. The gods did not require you to love them, but they demanded respect. The curious thing is, the gods themselves rarely held to the same standard. Zeus was a serial adulterer. Hera was vengeful beyond reason. Poseidon flooded cities in fits of pique. Apollo flayed a man alive for losing a music contest. And yet, to question their actions was to invite ruin. It was a divine paradox. You were expected to worship beings whose flaws were legendary. And you had to do it with sincerity. And so, the average mortal developed a very pragmatic relationship with religion. You honoured the gods because it was safer that way. You made offerings. You said your prayers. You did not boast. You did not challenge. And if the gods smiled on you, wonderful. And if they didn't, you assumed you'd offended them somehow and tried harder. There's a quiet desperation in that, a sort of cosmic appeasement, a reminder that in a world ruled by immortals with bad tempers, the only real power mortals had was silence. Which brings us to another kind of punishment, not dramatic, not fiery, not sudden, but slow, oblivion. The Greeks believed in kleos, glory the kind that lives on in stories. But if you defied the gods in some quiet, unseen way, you might not be struck down. You might simply be forgotten. No songs, no statues, no name carved into stone. To be remembered was its own kind of immortality. To be erased was the cruelest fate of all. That, perhaps, is why so many Greek mortals died dramatically. They weren't just unlucky, they were memorable. To live quietly was safe, but it meant no glory, no legacy. And so mortals danced along a razor's edge, seeking renown but fearing offence, wanting to be known but not cursed, wanting most of all to speak their truth without being struck by lightning. But the gods were always listening, even when they pretended not to be, especially then. And so, dear listener, if you ever find yourself wandering the paths of ancient Greece, under a fig tree or beside a bubbling spring, and you feel tempted to complain aloud about your lot in life, perhaps wait until you're well out of earshot. because one of them might be listening, and one of them might be bored. And mortals who talk back tend not to talk long. You're walking along a dusty road. There's a cool breeze, the scent of thyme and olive in the air, and the sound of distant goats. All is calm. All is ordinary. And then, suddenly, a creature the size of a house steps out from behind a rock and decides you look like lunch. Welcome to a fairly typical Tuesday in ancient Greek mythology. For mortals, the world was never just fields and sky. It was also lairs. Caves, cliffs, forests thick with teeth and scales. You never quite knew what might be lurking behind the next olive tree. A shepherd, a satyr, or a three-headed dog. The Greeks were particularly fond of monsters. Not in the way modern stories might treat them. Misunderstood, sympathetic, tragic. No, their monsters were, generally speaking, quite content being horrible. They didn't need complex motivations, they just needed appetites. And unfortunately, mortals were often the preferred dish. Let us begin with one of the greats, the Chimera. Not just one beast, but three. A lion in the front, a goat sprouting from its back, and a snake for a tail. It breathed fire, of course, because why not? Its purpose in life appeared to be to roam the countryside, burning livestock and incinerating anyone with a torch and a sword who thought they might make a name for themselves. Heroic, yes, but also flammable. Then there's Scylla. Poor sailors. They thought the worst part of their journey was the open sea, the storms, the pirates, the hunger. But then they reached the straits, narrow and perilous. On one side, a whirlpool named Charybdis, which could suck down entire ships like a drunkard draining a wineskin. And on the other, Scylla, a rock-dwelling horror with 12 legs, 6 heads, and a fondness for plucking sailors off decks like hors d'oeuvres. There was no safe route. If you steered away from one, you veered too close to the other. And in life, as in myth, some choices are not about winning. They're about minimizing how much of your crew you lose. Or take the Minotaur. Half man, half bull. Raised in a labyrinth so complex that even its builder barely escaped. This monster was the result of a long and unfortunate chain of divine meddling and royal bad judgment. A queen enchanted to fall in love with a bull, an architect with too much imagination, and a child born of that union, imprisoned forever in darkness. The Athenians, having displeased King Minos of Crete, were forced to send 7 young men and 7 maidens every 9 years as tribute, to be released into the labyrinth. None returned. Until, of course, Theseus came along with his ball of string and healthy levels of self-confidence. But for decades before that, the Minotaur simply ate. That was the thing about monsters in Greek mythology. They weren't just dangers, they were reminders, symbols, warnings perhaps, that the world wasn't made for human comfort. That out there, in the deep places, the gods had let chaos roam free. And mortals? Mortals were often the price paid for order. The Sphinx, perched outside Thebes, was another such price. She asked riddles. If you answered incorrectly, she killed you. For weeks, months, perhaps even years, travellers passed, tried, failed, died. Until Oedipus, clever, doomed Oedipus, came along and answered her question correctly. The Sphinx leapt from her perch and perished, which sounds like a victory, until you remember that this was only the beginning of Oedipus's troubles. Solving one monster's riddle only led him deeper into the riddle of his own blood. These creatures weren't all created equal either. Some were born of primordial forces, like Typhon, a storm demon so massive and terrible that the gods themselves fled Olympus when he rose. Others were spawned by Echidna, the mother of all monsters, who seemed to have a very productive relationship with Typhon, birthing Hydra, Cerberus, and a host of other delightful creatures best admired from a distance. Hydra, for instance, was a serpent with multiple heads. When you cut one off, two more grew in its place. A handy metaphor, really, for problems that get worse the more you meddle. Or, in the case of Heracles, just another day's work. Heracles, the closest thing Greek mythology has to a full-time monster exterminator, spent his life dealing with the gods' unfinished business. Giant boars, man-eating birds, hellhounds, all sent his way, usually as part of a labour assigned by a cowardly king or an angry god. One gets the sense that the Olympians didn't like clearing up their messes. They just created monsters, then waited for some sweaty mortal with a club to solve the problem. And when he did, they might grant him a wreath, or more likely, send him another one. Even beautiful creatures could be deadly. The sirens, for instance, sat on craggy rocks by the sea, singing songs so sweet that sailors forgot themselves. Forgot food, sleep, wives, children, everything. They steered toward the sound, dashed their ships on the rocks, and died smiling. Odysseus, clever man that he was, stuffed his crew's ears with wax and tied himself to the mast just to hear their song without being lured. A rare case of a man encountering a monster and surviving with his life and ego intact. More often, mortals stumbled upon danger with no warning. A flash of feathers, a shadow in the sky, a hiss from a cave. The ancient Greek countryside in myth was riddled with hazards, not just beasts, but divine punishments given form. And yet, despite all this, monsters were necessary. They gave heroes something to fight. They shaped stories into arcs, from fear to confrontation to sometimes triumph. But for the ordinary mortal, the non-hero, the farmer or fisher or child caught in the crossfire, they were simply a reminder that the world was not safe. Imagine living in a time when no explanation existed for earthquakes or droughts, where disease had no clear cause, where lightning struck without warning. The world must have seemed full of unseen forces, and so the Greeks filled that uncertainty with teeth and wings and claws. But monsters were not just symbols of nature. They were also warnings about behaviour. Take Medusa. She began, in some versions, as a beautiful maiden. But after Poseidon assaulted her in Athena's temple, the goddess punished her, not Poseidon, by turning her into a gorgon, snake hair, petrifying gaze, solitude eternal. What was she really? A monster? Or a woman transformed by divine wrath into something others should fear? Perhaps both. The Greeks understood that monsters were not just born, they were made. Often they were mortals first, changed by curses, by jealousy, by vengeance. The line between human and beast was always thin. Lycaon, for example, was a king who served Zeus human flesh disguised as hospitality. In return, he was turned into a wolf. An early werewolf tale, if you like, but also a message: offend the gods, and you might lose more than your manners. Even lovers of gods could become monsters. Take Lamia, once a queen of Libya, beloved by Zeus. Hera, naturally, took offence. As punishment, Lamia's children were slain. Grief drove her mad. Hera then added a cruel twist. Lamia was cursed never to sleep and to devour the children of others. She became a night-stalking demon, feared in lullabies. But beneath the horror was sorrow. Her monstrousness was not her fault. It was her sentence. In this way, monsters in Greek myth were often tragic. Not in a soft, modern sense, but in the hard, classical sense of the word. They suffered, they frightened, they died, but they were never senseless. They meant something. Even Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades, had his purpose. He stood at the gates of the underworld, let souls in, did not let them out. A monster, yes, but also a guardian, a cosmic border collie of sorts. And so mortals lived with monsters not just in story, but in worldview. They were the teeth in the darkness, the consequences of divine will, or human folly, or simply the old world not yet tamed. No mortal could kill them all. No city could be safe forever. But they endured. They built temples to gods who might keep monsters away. They passed down tales, how to defeat them, how to avoid them, how to live with knowledge that they might always be nearby. For some, monsters were an invitation, a chance to rise, to become a hero, to carve their name in the annals of myth. For others, they were just bad luck, a wrong turn, a scream in the night. And for most, they were simply a reminder that the world was not made for their comfort. It was a place of beauty, yes, but also of wings in the sky, scales beneath the waves, eyes in the dark. And when the gods were bored, or careless, or cruel, they let the monsters roam free. There's a strange thing about Greek heroes. They shine like stars in poetry, cast in bronze, immortalized in epic. Their names echo through the centuries: Achilles, Heracles, Jason, Odysseus. But if you pause a moment and really look at their stories, not the glory, but the lives themselves, you might begin to wonder, was it worth it? Because to be a hero in Greek mythology was to be famous, yes, but also to be hunted, cursed, betrayed, punished, exiled, tormented by the gods, and, without fail, to die tragically. You were heroic, but you were disposable. Let's begin with the most obvious case, Achilles, the poster boy of Greek heroism. Stronger than all, faster than most, and blessed or cursed with a choice. Live a long, quiet life in obscurity, or die young and gain eternal glory. Naturally, he chose the latter. This is Greek myth after all. Longevity was never fashionable. So he sailed for Troy, fought for 10 long years, killed Hector, dragged his body around the city walls, and then one morning was struck down by a single arrow, guided by Apollo, fired by Paris, and aimed at the one soft place on his body, the heel. It's poetic, of course, but also rather deflating. All that strength, all that wrath. And in the end, one tiny vulnerability was enough. Because heroes were never allowed to simply age. They didn't retire. They didn't settle down and write memoirs. They didn't even get to enjoy their triumphs. They existed to die at the right moment, in the right way, for the right song to be sung. And the gods made sure of it. Heracles, or Hercules, if you prefer the Latin form, is another fine example. A man so strong he held up the sky, cleaned the stables of Algaeus in a single afternoon, and strangled snakes in his cradle. But for all his power, he was never free. The 12 labours, those famous feats, were not optional. They were penance. You see, in a fit of madness sent by Hera, Heracles killed his wife and children. The punishment? Service. Labour. Tasks so monstrous they might as well have been death sentences. And even after completing them, he didn't get peace. His life ended in agony, poisoned by a tunic soaked in centaur blood, a gift from his second wife, who had been tricked into thinking it would ensure his fidelity. He died on a pyre, flames consuming the mortal half of him, the divine half ascending to Olympus. Yes, the gods welcomed him in the end, but only after they had burned him down to his bones. Then there's Jason. Handsome, charming, ambitious Jason. He assembled the finest team in mythology, the Argonauts, and sailed off to win the Golden Fleece. It was a dazzling journey. Monsters, clashing rocks, enchanted lands, and of course Medea, the brilliant, terrifying sorceress who helped him succeed, killed for him, betrayed her family for him. And what did he do when they returned? He married another woman, Medea responded, as Medea does, by murdering their children and leaving him broken and alone. Jason, once so glorious, died years later when a beam from his rotting ship fell and crushed him. A hero, forgotten, killed not by war or wrath, but by neglect and gravity. These men, lion-hearted, battle-scarred, were never truly safe. Not from monsters, nor from their friends, nor even from their own choices. Their greatness didn't protect them. In fact, it often attracted the worst. The gods were quick to take offence at mortals who gained too much glory. After all, divine attention was rarely a compliment. Ask Bellerophon. He was a proper hero. Tamer of Pegasus, slayer of the Chimera. A man favoured by the gods. And then one day he decided to fly Pegasus up to Olympus. Not to conquer, just to visit. It did not go well. Zeus sent a gadfly to sting the horse. Bellerophon fell. Survived, technically, but was crippled, blind, and lived out his days wandering alone, hated by gods and men alike. Because the one thing a mortal must never do is try to sit at the table of the divine. That's not to say heroism wasn't admired. The Greeks celebrated it in song and sculpture. But there was always a sense of danger about it. A sense that to rise too high was to invite the fall. And nowhere is that clearer than in the story of Ajax, a giant among men, a warrior of unmatched strength and courage. After Achilles' death, his armour was to be awarded to the next greatest Greek. Ajax expected it. Odysseus received it. Humiliated, maddened, Ajax plotted revenge. But Athena clouded his mind. He slaughtered livestock, thinking they were his comrades. When he came to his senses, grief-stricken and dishonoured, he fell on his own sword. No enemy defeated him. Only shame. It's important to understand how the Greeks viewed glory, kleos, as they called it. It was not just fame, it was the legacy of your deeds. What would be remembered after you were gone? What poets would sing? What statues would show? And because the afterlife was, frankly, rather dismal, grey fields, wandering shades, no wine to speak of, kleos was the only immortality that mattered. To be forgotten was worse than death. And so heroes chased danger, risked everything. They weren't reckless because they were foolish. They were desperate for meaning, for memory, for a life that would echo. And yet, there's a quiet sadness to it all. Odysseus, for instance, won the war at Troy through cunning. The Trojan horse was his idea, and after the war, he spent 10 years trying to get home, battling storms, monsters, temptations, all because he had once boasted that his triumphs were his own, and Poseidon took that very personally. Even when he reached Ithaca at last, his troubles weren't over. He had to slaughter a house full of suitors, rebuild trust with his wife, reassert his kingship. It was never over. Not really. Because in Greek myth, the hero never gets to rest. And when they do, it often means they're dead. Even the great Perseus, who slew Medusa and rescued Andromeda, ends not in triumph, but in obscurity. His victories made him famous, yes, but he fades from the story, settles down, vanishes from the epic stage. Glory, it seems, has an expiration date. The women of mythology, too, had their share of heroic suffering. Though less often sung by bards, their stories are no less seared by pain. Atalanta, for example, swiftest of runners, deadliest of hunters. She swore never to marry unless beaten in a foot race. Many tried, all failed. Until one man, Hippomenes, used golden apples from Aphrodite to distract her. He won, they married, and then caught in a moment of passion, they made love in a sacred temple. The gods, of course, were not amused. They were turned into lions, forever circling, never resting. So many Greek heroes ended up transformed, not exalted but altered, humbled, made into animals or stars or flowers, their stories twisted by divine hands into reminders for the rest of us. Be brave, yes, but not too brave. Be famous, yes, but not too proud. Live brightly, but do not outshine the gods. Even those who served the gods directly could not count on safety. Asclepius, son of Apollo, became so skilled in healing that he learned to raise the dead. A noble calling, perhaps, but one that annoyed Hades. Death was, after all, part of the cosmic order. So Zeus killed him with a thunderbolt. Apollo retaliated by killing the Cyclopes who made the bolt. In turn, Zeus banished Apollo to serve as a mortal shepherd, a cascade of punishment. Even the divine could be demoted, the heroic undone. And yet, despite all this, the danger, the madness, the inevitable fall, mortals still aspired to be heroes. They volunteered for quests, they prayed for signs, they followed omens into forests full of fangs and fire, because obscurity was worse, cowardice unthinkable, a quiet life almost shameful. The Greeks didn't want safe stories. They wanted ones worth telling. And so, over and over, mortals gave themselves to the gods and the monsters and the wars and the wounds. Not for peace, but for song. The bards remembered them. We remember them. They were chewed up by myth, yes, but they were not forgotten. They were heroic. And they were disposable. But perhaps, just perhaps, they knew that going in. Love, they say, makes the world go round. But in Greek mythology, it more often sends it spinning wildly off course than straight into a ditch. Because in the world of gods and mortals, love wasn't the soft, rose-petalled notion we like to imagine today. It was far more treacherous, a force of nature, or worse, a divine weapon. It could bless, yes, but more often it ruined. And for mortals, falling in love, or worse, being loved by a god, was one of the most dangerous things that could possibly happen. Let's begin with a cautionary tale, one of the most beautiful, Pygmalion, a sculptor from Cyprus, gifted and solitary. He carved a statue of a woman, not just beautiful, but perfect. So perfect, in fact, that he fell in love with her, whispered to her, brought her gifts, dressed her in fine robes. A little odd, perhaps, but harmless enough. Then he went to the temple of Aphrodite and asked gently, reverently, for a bride like the statue. The goddess, amused or perhaps flattered, answered. The statue came to life. A happy ending, one might think. But look closer. Pygmalion didn't fall in love with a woman. He created one. She had no past, no family, no memories. She existed only to please him. The Greeks didn't bother to give her a name until Roman poets did centuries later. Love, in this case, was not a relationship. It was possession, dressed in poetry. But far more often, love in myth wasn't about creation. It was about punishment. Take Narcissus. A young man so stunning that people fell in love with him on sight. But he showed no interest, no affection, no kindness. One rejected soul prayed to the gods for vengeance, and they delivered it. Narcissus came to a still pool, saw his own reflection, fell in love. Unable to touch the image, unable to look away, he withered, died, and where he fell a flower grew, delicate, pale, always bowing toward the water. The Greeks knew what we now call toxic self-regard, but they turned it into a myth, a warning, softly blooming by the riverbank. Then there's poor Echo, a nymph who talked too much. By some accounts, she used to distract Hera, while Zeus conducted his usual affairs. When Hera discovered the trick, she cursed Echo so she could only repeat what others said. She met Narcissus, loved him silently, helplessly, repeated his words back to him like a plea, and when he spurned her, she faded, only her voice remained. Love, in Greek mythology, was not a gentle bond between equals. It was more often a trap. Consider Orpheus and Eurydice, a poet, a lyre player, a man whose music could charm birds from trees and tears from stone. When Eurydice died, bitten by a serpent on their wedding day, Orpheus did what no mortal had dared. He went to the underworld to fetch her back. He played, he pleaded, and for once the gods listened. They let her go, on one condition: he must not look back at her until they reached the upper world. He agreed, walked ahead, listened to her footsteps behind, but doubt crept in. What if she wasn't there? What if they'd tricked him? He turned, and in that instant Eurydice was gone again, this time forever. He lived on, played on, until in one version he was torn apart by Maenads, wild women of Dionysus, because he would no longer love anyone but his lost bride. Even when the love was mutual, the story rarely ended well. Take Phaedra and Hippolytus. He was handsome, chaste, devoted to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and of purity. His stepmother, Phaedra, was cursed by Aphrodite to fall in love with him, an impossible, shameful desire. She fought it, hid it, but eventually confessed. And when he rejected her, she took her own life, leaving a note claiming he had assaulted her. Theseus, his father, cursed him. Poseidon sent a sea monster. Hippolytus died, dragged by his chariot horses along the rocks. Aphrodite and Artemis, the goddesses who stood behind the drama, ended the tale by mourning their respective champions. Love, once again, proved fatal. And of course, there's the story of Paris and Helen. He was a Trojan prince. She, the most beautiful woman in the world, and very much married. Paris awarded a golden apple to Aphrodite in a divine beauty contest, and she gave him Helen in return. It was not a gentle elopement. It was an abduction, or perhaps a seduction, depending on which version you read. But either way, it was enough to launch 1,000 ships. The Trojan War followed. 10 years of slaughter, cities burned, heroes died. All for one woman and one ill-advised divine bribe. To love in myth was to gamble. To be loved, even more so, especially if the lover was a god. Zeus, of course, was the most infamous. He appeared to mortals as a bull, a swan, a shower of gold, an eagle, a cloud. Romantic, perhaps, if you ignore the implications. His lovers suffered. Semele was incinerated. Io was turned into a cow. Leda bore children who hatched from eggs. Europa was carried across the sea. Danae conceived Perseus in a locked chamber, and Callisto, after being seduced or assaulted, depending on the version, was turned into a bear. Her son nearly killed her. The gods finally placed them in the stars, Ursa Major and Minor. A consolation prize, if ever there was one. Aphrodite herself was no gentler. When she fell in love with the mortal Anchises, she warned him not to tell anyone. He did, bragged about it, and was struck by lightning, or made lame, or blinded. The myths vary, but the moral does not. Even being loved by a goddess could ruin you. There's a strange logic to all of this. Love, in the Greek imagination, wasn't controllable. It wasn't rational. It was divine madness. Eros. Not the soft affection of Odin romance, but a kind of possession. When you were in love, you were no longer yourself. And that, in a society that prized moderation, dignity, and restraint, was deeply unsettling. The god Eros, or Cupid, as the Romans later called him, was not a cherub. He was a force, a spark of chaos. To be struck by his arrows was to lose your will, your reason, your control. And mortals, bound as they were by duty and fate, could not afford to lose control. Even in history, this theme persisted. The Greeks saw love as something that could be both civilizing and destructive. Marriage was a social contract, important, yes, sacred even, but passion, eros, was something else. Dangerous, powerful, not to be trusted. In their dramas, love leads to downfall. In their temples, it's a force to be worshipped carefully. And in their myths, it is almost always tragic. Psyche, a mortal princess, was so beautiful that people stopped worshipping Aphrodite. The goddess, furious, sent Eros to make her fall in love with a monster. But Eros fell in love with her himself. He visited her at night in darkness, never revealing his face. She was forbidden to look. Of course she did. He fled. She wandered the earth, performing impossible tasks to win him back. Eventually they were reunited. She was made immortal. One of the rare happy endings, but only after a great deal of divine humiliation, grief, and symbolic death. So why, one might ask, did the Greeks keep telling these stories? Because love, to them, was never safe, but it was always real. It was the crack in the armour, the madness in the king, the pull between mortal and divine. They feared it, revered it, wrapped it in myth so they might understand it, or at least contain it. And perhaps that's why love remains so compelling in their stories. Not because it leads to joy, but because it leads somewhere. Downward, inward, forward, into ruin, into glory, into madness. For the mortal caught in the grip of love, there was no map, no safe path. Only the hope that the gods would look away just this once. But they rarely did. Because for them, love was a tool, a game. And for mortals, it was a trap. You'd think, after everything, the curses, the monsters, the heartbreak, and the gods with personal vendettas, that mortals in Greek mythology might be rewarded with something a little gentler after death. A nice rest, a sun-dappled meadow, perhaps a reunion with loved ones and a bit of harp music in the background. But no, because in Greek mythology, death wasn't the end of suffering. It was the beginning of something far more bureaucratic. The afterlife was not heaven. It was not hell. It was mostly grey. And if you were a mortal, even a decent one, the best you could usually hope for after dying was to become a mildly confused shade, wandering aimlessly across a dull plain for eternity, without sunlight, identity, or purpose. Welcome to the Asphodel Meadows. This was the Greek default. Not a place of torture, not exactly, but neither was it comforting. It was bland, unchanging, a sort of cosmic waiting room where the dead drifted about like leaves in a windless forest, remembering less and less as the centuries rolled by. You weren't punished, you simply were. And if that sounds bleak, well, it was. But let's back up a little. Let's talk logistics. When a person died, their soul, the psyche, separated from the body and made its way to the underworld, guided by Hermes, who handled, among other things, the delivery of souls. One imagines him like a sort of mythological courier, stylish and swift, if perhaps a bit impersonal. The soul would arrive at the banks of the river Styx, where Charon, the grim-faced ferryman, awaited with his boat. Payment was expected, usually an obol, a coin placed under the tongue or on the eyes of the deceased at burial. Those without proper burial, or without the coin, were doomed to wander the shore for 100 years, voiceless and unable to cross. A chilling thought, really. The journey to the afterlife could be delayed simply by a careless undertaker. Once ferried across the river, assuming everything went smoothly, the soul would enter the realm of Hades. Not the god himself, though he was there too, in a distant, shadowy palace, but the place, the underworld, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed hound who let you in, but most certainly not out. And here your fate was decided. But not by gods, not usually. The Greek afterlife had a staff, 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, mortals once, but now the eternal arbiters of the dead. They examined your life, your deeds, your crimes, your sacrifices, and based on this celestial audit, you were sorted. If you were truly vile, a betrayer, a murderer, a blasphemer of extraordinary talent, you might be sent to Tartarus. Not just a deep pit, but the pit. A vast abyss of torment, located even below Hades itself. Here, the worst offenders endured punishments designed not just for pain, but for poetic symmetry. Tantalus, who murdered his own son and served him to the gods, was made to stand forever in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree. But whenever he reached for the fruit or bent to drink, they slipped just out of reach. He was forever hungry, forever thirsty, forever tantalized. Sisyphus, who cheated death twice, once by tricking Thanatos, the spirit of death, and once by convincing his wife not to bury him, was condemned to roll a boulder uphill for all eternity. Each time it neared the summit, it rolled back down. The punishment wasn't just hard labour, it was the futility of effort, the endless repetition of hope undone. Then there was Ixion. He tried to seduce Hera, not a wise move. Zeus bound him to a flaming wheel that spins without end, an eternal reminder that some mortal ambitions were simply not worth the risk. But here's the thing, these were rare fates. Tartarus was not overcrowded. Most souls were not evil enough for torment, nor good enough for reward. Which brings us back to the Asphodel Meadows, the realm of the ordinary dead, the decent, the forgettable, the ones who paid their taxes, said their prayers, and didn't cause too much trouble. They simply drifted. And as the centuries passed, they forgot who they were. Forgotten by the living, unremarkable among the dead, they faded. Not erased. The Greeks didn't believe in annihilation, but reduced, diminished, present, but without sharpness. It wasn't punishment. It was entropy. But not all souls ended there. A fortunate few, heroes, the exceptionally just, or those favoured by the gods, were granted entry into the Elysian fields. Now this, finally, was something approaching reward. a land of endless spring, gentle breezes, music, feasts, athletic contests, if you fancied a bit of running after death, the elite of the afterlife. Achilles was there, though, in Homer's telling, he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. When Odysseus visits the underworld and speaks to Achilles, the great warrior says he would rather be a living servant to a poor man than a king among the dead, which rather dampens the appeal. Still, the Elysian fields offered peace, if not pleasure. And if you lived particularly well, or were reincarnated and lived well again, you might be allowed to stay there forever. A sort of celestial retirement plan for the morally consistent. The Greeks did, in time, entertain the idea of reincarnation. Plato, ever the philosopher, wrote of souls being judged, then choosing their next life based on the lessons learned. A philosopher might become a king. A tyrant, perhaps, a dung beetle. Your fate, in this telling, was shaped by what you valued. Wisdom led to clarity. Vanity led to repetition. It was not universal belief, more a philosophical add-on, but it showed that even the Greeks longed for some sense of justice beyond the grave. Still, for most, the underworld remained what it always had been, a place of silence. There was no divine light, no reward for faith. The gods of Olympus lived forever, but mortals, even beloved mortals, sank into shadow. Even the heroes who visited the underworld, Odysseus, Aeneas, Orpheus, came away changed, haunted. It was not a place you left without consequence. And mortals who tried to cheat death, well, they rarely succeeded. Orpheus, as we've seen, looked back too soon. Persephone, stolen by Hades, ate 6 seeds of a pomegranate and was bound to return each year. Even Heracles, who went to fetch Cerberus as one of his labours, barely escaped unscathed. Death, in Greek thought, was not evil. It was inevitable, unavoidable. It did not judge, or weep, or rage. It simply came. Thanatos, the spirit of death, was not cruel. He was quiet, pale, winged. He did not chase, he arrived. And when he did, your story ended. Or rather, it continued. Just without plot. The funeral rituals reflected this view. The Greeks took burial seriously. It wasn't about grief alone. It was necessity. To be unburied was to be trapped, restless, cut off. Even enemies were sometimes buried by their foes, simply to ensure their souls wouldn't linger. And libations, offerings poured into the earth, were common. Wine, milk, honey, olive oil. Not because the dead could drink them, but because it kept the bond intact. The living honoured the dead, and in doing so reminded themselves that their own journey would someday lead below. So they prayed, sacrificed, built tombs, whispered names. Not out of fear precisely, but out of duty. Because the afterlife, though quiet, was not entirely empty. And memory in the Greek imagination was the only thing that could truly outlive death. If no one remembered you, you faded. If they did, if they told your stories, visited your grave, spoke your name, you lingered. Dimly, softly, but still. And so the greatest fear was not fire or punishment. It was being forgotten. That's why heroes chased glory. Why poets wrote epics. Why names were carved into stone. Because even if the gods ignored you, even if fate consumed you, perhaps someone somewhere would remember. And in that memory you would remain. Just a little longer. Imagine, if you will, living every moment of your life with the unsettling feeling that someone is watching you. Not just someone, dozens of someones. From the sky, the sea, the forest, the hearth, the sun, the shadows. Some are interested in your offerings. Some are interested in your mistakes. and all of them have opinions. That was the world of a mortal in ancient Greece. The gods weren't distant. They didn't reside in some heavenly realm beyond the clouds, emerging only for cosmic events. No, they were everywhere, in every flame, breeze, groan of timber, rustle of olive leaf. They were always watching. And more troubling still, they were judging. They noticed everything. What you offered, what you said, what you didn't say, whether you were clean, whether you were honest, whether you looked the wrong direction during a festival, or sneezed at the wrong moment in a temple. They watched you because you mattered, and also because you didn't. The gods, after all, had a tendency to fixate on mortals the way children fixate on ants. Fascinated, occasionally kind, often cruel. Even if you weren't a hero or a villain, even if you were just a simple fisherman or potter or widow selling figs at the market, you still lived under their gaze. And that meant you were always one missed prayer away from misfortune. Take Actaeon, a perfectly decent young man, a hunter, a man fond of dogs and the quiet of the woods. One day, while wandering in the forest, he happened to stumble upon a glade. A soft breeze moved through the trees. Birds chirped, and there, bathing in a secluded pool, was Artemis, goddess of the hunt, the moon, and fiercely guarded chastity. He did not speak. He did not stare. He simply saw her. That was enough. She turned. Her eyes met his. And without a word, she transformed him into a stag. His own dogs, loyal, sharp-toothed, and now very confused, tore him to pieces. The message was clear. Innocence was not a defence. The gods were watching, and they did not take kindly to being seen. Then there's the story of Baucis and Philemon, a rare happy tale, but one with a sharp edge. Zeus and Hermes, disguised as poor travellers, wandered from door to door in a village, seeking shelter. House after house turned them away. Some mocked them, some slammed the door. Only one cottage opened, a humble home shared by an elderly couple. They had little, but they gave freely: bread, olives, wine, and kindness. And so the gods, having revealed themselves, rewarded them. They turned the rude neighbours' homes to ash, flooded the village. Baucis and Philemon were spared. Their cottage transformed into a temple. They were made priests, and when they died, they became two trees, intertwined forever. It's a sweet story, but behind the blessing is a darker truth. The gods were testing you, secretly, constantly, and you never knew when. It might be a beggar at your table, a stranger at the crossroads, a coin dropped on the road. Pass the test, and you might be honoured. Fail, and you might be turned into a tree, or a statue, or dust. There was no formal notice, no warning sign, no heavenly voice saying, "This is a test." You simply had to assume that the gods were watching, and that they were not easily impressed. Hospitality, Xenia, as it was known, was sacred. To mistreat a guest was to insult Zeus himself, who was said to protect strangers and wanderers. But the same went for offerings, for sacrifices, for public festivals. Everything had to be done properly. The right words, the right steps, the right incense. And if it wasn't, well, perhaps the crops would fail. Perhaps your ship would sink. Perhaps your firstborn would cough once, then never again. There was no divine memo, no official notification that you'd offended a god. You had to piece it together. Was it Hera? Was it Apollo? Was it because you poured the wine with your left hand? There's a kind of divine paranoia embedded in ancient Greek life. Not neurotic fear, exactly, but a constant awareness that every action had meaning, and every oversight might carry consequences. And with so many gods, Olympians, Titans, river gods, tree spirits, household deities, nymphs of spring and stream, the chances of accidentally offending one were, frankly, rather high. Even saying a god's name in the wrong context could cause trouble. The poet Hesiod warned of speaking ill of the gods after dark. Night was sacred. Silence was better. Safer. And yet, silence too could be dangerous. Because what if the gods expected thanks? Or tribute? Or song? And so, mortals lived in a kind of delicate balancing act, speaking just enough, offering just enough, fearing just enough. Too much reverence, and you might seem insincere. Too little, and you'd seem ungrateful. It was a kind of cosmic etiquette. And the gods, like all finicky dinner guests, paid very close attention to manners. Then there were the temples. Grand, beautiful spaces of marble and gold and flickering flame. But also homes, the gods' homes. And like any guest, you had to behave. You had to wash, to dress properly, to bring gifts, and above all, to mean it. Because the gods weren't just watching your actions, they were watching your heart. Piety was not a checklist, it was a posture of being, and mortals were expected to hold that posture forever. Even the festivals, which could be joyful, were serious business. The Dionysia, for example, with its theatre and wine and revelry, wasn't just a party, it was a religious act. If you laughed too much at the wrong play, or didn't laugh at all, it could be seen as an insult. Your enjoyment, your laughter, your participation, all part of the offering. Even at weddings and funerals, the gods were present, watching, judging. Did the bride offer properly to Hera? Was Hermes honoured for guiding the dead? Were the laments sung loudly enough? Did the family remember to purify the house afterwards? Every detail mattered, because in Greek mythology, the gods did not need your affection, but they demanded your respect, and they were always ready to correct you. Sometimes the judgment came quietly. A sudden illness, a failed harvest, a fishless season. Other times it came dramatically. A storm at sea, a madness in the family, a voice in the night, and once in a while it came with lightning, because Zeus did love a good thunderbolt. Even historians of the time, like Herodotus, recorded events with divine judgment in mind. A king fell? Clearly he'd offended the gods. A city burned? Someone must have grown too proud. There was always a moral to the misfortune, always a finger pointing skyward, and so people told stories, remembered missteps, warned children, left small offerings on windowsills, whispered apologies to trees, sprinkled libations into the earth, just in case. Because when the gods were angry, they might destroy you. But when they were merely curious, that could be worse. Curiosity led to tests, to games, to strange dreams and stranger omens, to impossible choices with no right answer, and still mortals played along. They told their myths, built their temples, painted their pots with stories of judgment and justice and divine caprice, not because they loved their gods, but because they understood them. The gods were like storms, beautiful, unpredictable, necessary, and so long as you honoured them, or at least tried to, perhaps they'd pass over your house without striking. Perhaps, but there were no guarantees, because the gods were watching, and they were always judging. There is a unique kind of cruelty in knowing your fate, and being utterly powerless to change it. That, in essence, was the Greek prophecy. not a warning to be avoided, not a guide to be followed, but a sentence spoken aloud. In mythology, prophecies weren't meant to help you. They were meant to trap you. They didn't just tell the future. They ensured it would happen. Even the act of trying to escape a prophecy was, more often than not, the very thing that fulfilled it. For mortals, this was particularly agonizing, because the gods might tell you what was coming, but they would never, under any circumstance, explain how to survive it. Take, for example, the most famous case of all, Oedipus, a prince born in Thebes. A child prophesied to kill his father and marry his mother. His parents, understandably horrified, tried to kill him, a standard reaction in mythology. They pierced his ankles, tied him up, and left him on a mountain to die. But fate is rather good at navigating mountains. A shepherd found him, raised him far away in Corinth, unaware of his true origins. And one day, when Oedipus himself heard the prophecy, he did what seemed logical. He ran, fled Corinth, determined never to return, so he might avoid killing his father. On the road, he quarrelled with a stranger, the kind of heated, masculine misunderstanding one expects at a crossroads. He killed the man. Later he arrived in Thebes, saved the city from the Sphinx, married the queen, and slowly, terribly, the truth emerged. The man he'd killed, his real father, the queen, his mother. The prophecy had come true, not because he ignored it, but because he tried to stop it. That, you see, is how Greek prophecy works. It does not lie, but it never helps. It tells you what, never how, and certainly never why. Even heroes were not exempt. Take Perseus. The prophecy said he would kill his grandfather, Acrisius. So Acrisius, naturally, locked his daughter, Danae, in a bronze chamber to prevent her from ever having children. Zeus, always up for a challenge, entered the chamber anyway, as a shower of gold. Mythology is full of these sorts of unorthodox relationships. Perseus was born, sent away, grew up, became a hero. Years later, at some friendly games, he threw a discus. A stray wind, a bad bounce. The discus flew into the crowd and struck his grandfather dead. Prophecy fulfilled. No malice, no design. Just fate, doing what fate does. Then there's Croesus, the famously wealthy king of Lydia. Before waging war against the Persians, he consulted the oracle at Delphi, as one did. The oracle told him, if you cross the river, a great empire will fall. Croesus, confident, charged into battle, and he lost. The empire that fell was his own. The message was accurate, just not in the way he'd hoped. The Greeks understood this paradox. They didn't see fate as a riddle to be solved, but as a thread to be followed, whether you liked it or not. The Moirai, the Fates, were three ancient goddesses who governed every mortal's life. Clotho spun the thread. Lachesis measured it. Atropos cut it. Even the gods respected them. Even Zeus. Because fate was older than Olympus, older than time. And the oracles, those haunted priestesses who spoke the will of Apollo, were not inventing their words, they were merely translating. The most famous oracle, of course, was the Pythia at Delphi. She sat on a tripod over a chasm in the temple floor, inhaling vapours, probably from naturally occurring gases, and spoke in riddles. Kings consulted her before wars, generals before campaigns, farmers before planting, and she would answer, but always vaguely. Always with just enough ambiguity to keep things interesting. Ask how long you'll live, and she might say, when the eagle leaves its nest, so too shall your flame go out. Ask if your son will return from battle, and she might reply, He will bring glory to your name, though not your house. Technically true, practically useless. It wasn't that the gods enjoyed confusing mortals. Well, actually, they did enjoy it a little, but prophecy for them was more like theatre, a carefully written script where mortals played their roles, and no one, not even the protagonist, could skip a line. This made life rather tense for those who were prophesied about. Take Paris of Troy. At his birth, a prophecy warned he would bring about the destruction of his city, so he was abandoned on a hillside, a recurring theme. But of course he survived, grew up, became handsome, charming, rather fond of judging divine beauty contests. One golden apple, one seduction of Helen, 1 10-year war later, prophecy fulfilled. Troy burned, all because a baby was fated to cause ruin, and because mortals, in trying to prevent it, made it inevitable. It's tempting to think of prophecy as a trap, but the Greeks didn't quite see it that way. They saw it as Moira, your portion, your lot, something not to be escaped, but to be understood. In fact, the truly tragic characters weren't the ones who tried to defy fate. They were the ones who never learned what it was. Take Agamemnon. He returned home from Troy, victorious, proud, utterly unaware that his wife Clytemnestra planned to murder him in his bath. There was no prophecy warning him, no divine whisper, just the slow march of consequences for a war he started, a daughter he sacrificed, a kingdom he neglected. In a way, the silence was worse than the omen. At least when the gods speak, you know what's coming. But prophecy wasn't just a tool of tragedy. Sometimes it was a mechanism for power. Kings claimed divine approval through oracles. Founders of colonies sought signs. Even Socrates, the philosopher, was famously told by the oracle at Delphi that no man was wiser than he. He spent the rest of his life trying to prove it wrong, and, in doing so, proved it right. That was the great irony of Greek prophecy. It revealed truth not by clarifying, but by challenging. You understood it only after it happened, only after the bodies were counted, the temples burned, the throne vacant. Only then did someone somewhere say, "Ah, so that's what it meant." And so mortals learned to live with uncertainty. They consulted oracles, yes, but they also built contingency plans. They made sacrifices, read omens in bird flight, burned bones and studied the cracks. A priestess might interpret the bleating of a goat. A general might base a military decision on the way a chicken pecked at grain. If that sounds ridiculous, remember, they weren't looking for certainty. They were looking for alignment, a sense that their actions fit the will of fate. Because if the gods approved, or seemed to, perhaps things would go well. And if they didn't, at least the disaster would be dignified. Even mythology's cleverest mortals, Odysseus, for instance, never outwitted prophecy. They navigated it, delayed it, danced around its edges. But the thread was always waiting to be cut, and no one, not even the tricksters, escaped in the end. There is something terribly human in this. To long for knowledge, to receive it in part, and to realize that knowledge alone does not grant control. To know that the future is written, and still to hope that maybe, just maybe, it isn't written in ink. Some mortals went mad from prophecy. Cassandra, of course, saw everything, and could change nothing. Others, like Laius and Jocasta, acted decisively, boldly, and made things worse. And a few simply walked forward, like Achilles. He knew his fate, knew he would die young, knew his name would live on, while his life would be cut short. And he chose it. That's the strange mercy of prophecy. It tells you the end, but it never tells you what kind of person you'll be when you meet it. And so, in the space between the knowing and the arriving, mortals lived, loved, fought, failed, sang, died, and somewhere, far above or deep within, the gods watched and smiled. Because prophecy, after all, was not just a sentence. It was a story. And mortals, they played their parts beautifully. If you were a mortal in ancient Greece, you likely accepted a few basic truths. The gods were powerful. Fate was inevitable. Monsters existed. And somewhere, somehow, the end of the world was coming. Or at least, the end of your world. Because in Greek mythology, when things went wrong, truly wrong, it was never the gods who paid the price. It was the mortals. They suffered first, and they suffered most. You could be a farmer planting barley, or a sailor watching the coast fade, or a mother brushing olive oil onto her child's hair. And, without warning, the gods could decide that your city, your field, your life was finished. Not from malice necessarily. Sometimes from boredom. Sometimes as a warning to others. Sometimes as the side effect of a squabble between two immortals about who forgot the libation last festival. The reasons didn't matter much. The consequences always did. Let's begin then with the flood. Not Noah's, but Deucalion's. The Greek version. You see, once upon a time, humans had become, in Zeus's eyes, a bit unruly, loud, ungrateful. Too many festivals gone unobserved. Too many sacrifices skimped. The gods had given them fire, taught them farming, let them name the stars. And how did they repay it? By being irritating. So Zeus, rather characteristically, decided to wipe them out. He unleashed a great flood, a deluge that covered the earth. Temples sank, herds drowned, cities vanished beneath the waves. Only two mortals survived, Deucalion and his wife, Pyrrha. Not because they were particularly strong or cunning or rich, but because they were pious. Zeus gave them a warning. They built a chest, not a grand ship, just a watertight box. They floated as the world drowned, and when the waters receded, they stepped onto a barren, empty world, alone, alive, exhausted. To repopulate the earth, they were told to throw the bones of their mother behind them. A riddle, naturally. They realized this meant the stones of Gaia, the earth. As they threw the stones, they transformed into people. The new human race. Stoneborn. Hardy. No longer made of gold or silver or bronze, as earlier mythic races had been, but of rock, tough, durable, slightly miserable. The flood myth wasn't unique to Greece, but its moral was telling. When the world ends, the gods start over. But the mortals, they have to rebuild. From nothing. With no help. Then there's the tale of Pandora. Ah, Pandora. The first woman, crafted by Hephaestus. Blessed by the gods with beauty, grace and curiosity. And gifted a jar. Or, as it's more famously mistranslated, a box. She was told not to open it. Naturally she did. And from it poured every sorrow known to humankind. Disease, famine, war, grief, madness, aging. All the things the golden race had never known. Hope fluttered out last. Whether as comfort or cruel joke depends on how you read it. But the point is clear. The gods gave mortals the tools of suffering, sometimes directly, sometimes wrapped in something lovely. Pandora wasn't evil. She wasn't even malicious. She was simply human. And the punishment, as always, fell on everyone else. Even Prometheus, who loved mortals and gave them fire, was punished. chained to a rock, liver devoured daily by an eagle. Not because he had destroyed anything, but because he had helped. Helping mortals, it seemed, was a serious offence. And yet mortals kept living, kept working, worshipping, hoping. Perhaps because hope had slipped out of the jar too. But the gods didn't need an apocalypse to end a world. Sometimes they simply turned away. Demeter, for instance. When her daughter Persephone was taken by Hades into the underworld, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, wandered the earth in mourning. Crops failed. Famine spread. The green world turned brown. Mortals starved, not because they sinned, but because a mother grieved. Eventually, a compromise was struck. Persephone would spend part of the year above, part below. And so came the seasons. Spring and summer, when the daughter returns. Autumn and winter, when she descends. It's a beautiful myth, but one built on the bones of the hungry. Even in their sadness, the gods had consequences. Then there were wars. The Trojan War wasn't just a clash of men and swords. It was divine theatre. Aphrodite gave Helen to Paris. Hera and Athena, snubbed, supported the Greeks. Zeus watched, occasionally amused, occasionally bored, and as the gods chose sides, mortals died. Achilles, Hector, Patroclus, Ajax, thousands unnamed. A city fell. A king lost his homecoming. A queen plotted her revenge. And why? Because a mortal judged a divine beauty contest. One poor choice, one golden apple, one compliment tossed to the wrong immortal. And the world burned. The gods, in their way, were always reenacting creation and destruction. Every war was a mini-apocalypse. Every slight a chance to unravel everything. Mortals weren't consulted. They were simply caught in the blast radius. Even love could end the world. Ask Semele. She was a mortal woman, seduced by Zeus. Hera, jealous, tricked her into asking Zeus to reveal his true form. He did. She was vaporized by divine radiance. Her unborn child, Dionysus, was saved, sewn into Zeus's thigh, because myths are rarely tidy. Semele's death wasn't malicious. It was technical. She wasn't built to see a god bear his power. Mortals never are. Then there's the madness. The gods could break a mortal mind as easily as snapping a reed. Take Heracles, the greatest hero, strongest of men. Driven mad by Hera, he slaughtered his wife and children. The world ended in that moment for him. And though he atoned, though he performed 12 impossible labours and was eventually made a god himself, the cost was unbearable. For the mortals in his story there was no redemption arc. Only blood. Only silence. The Greek worldview was not without hope, but it was shaped by resignation. Mortals lived in a world that was not built for them. They lived on borrowed land, under borrowed sky, at the mercy of beings who did not always know, or care, what their actions cost. And when the gods lost interest? Well, then things got truly dangerous. A neglected ritual, a missed omen, a slighted shrine. Any of these could lead to plagues, storms, madness, crop failure. The gods didn't need to rage. They simply had to stop listening. The end of a mortal world wasn't a fiery conclusion. It was silence from Olympus. And still, they prayed. To Athena for wisdom. To Apollo for healing. To Artemis for safety in childbirth. They sang the hymns. Burned the fat. Poured the wine. Not because they were certain it would help, but because they feared what happened when no one did. Mortals learn to live with endings. Small ones. Personal ones. City walls collapsing. Loved ones turning to shadows. Heroes vanishing into smoke. They accepted that time was not kind. that history was not fair, that the gods had other priorities. But they told their stories, preserved the myths, painted the jars, built the temples, because telling the story in the end was all the power they had, to name the suffering, to place it in context, to turn the chaos into something resembling sense. So when the world ended, as it often did, in pieces, at least it could be remembered, sung, shared. Even the end, the Greeks knew, could be made beautiful, if only in hindsight. And that, perhaps, was the only comfort a mortal could rely on. The gods would do what they pleased. But the mortals? They would make meaning of it. They would gather the ashes and write it down. So, the war was over. Troy had burned, its once proud towers now reduced to crumbled stone and smouldering ash. The Greeks had done what they came for, though it had taken 10 years, a wooden horse, and no small amount of divine interference. They stood victorious, weary and weathered, clutching the spoils of war and preparing for home. But of course no one ever said getting home would be simple. One might assume that after 10 years abroad, a warrior could simply board his ship and sail back to the comforts of hearth and wife. That was rarely the case. This was ancient Greece, after all, a place where the gods were fickle, the seas treacherous, and even the stars occasionally refused to cooperate. The journey home, or nostos as the Greeks called it, would prove just as storied and sorrowful as the war itself. Let us begin with the most infamous of these journeys, that of Odysseus. King of Ithaca, famed for his cunning, inventor of the Trojan horse, or at least the best PR for it, and very much unprepared for how long a simple boat ride could take when Poseidon was in a foul mood. You see, Odysseus made a rather unfortunate decision upon departing Troy. He didn't thank the gods properly. A small omission, but one that would stretch a short voyage into a 10-year odyssey. Poseidon, god of the sea, was particularly offended. It didn't help that Odysseus had blinded his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, along the way. In fairness, Polyphemus had eaten several of his crew and didn't respond well to reasoned discussion. Still, the sea god was not the forgiving type. So Odysseus was tossed from island to island, seduced by nymphs, shipwrecked repeatedly, and even made to visit the land of the dead, just in case things weren't miserable enough already. But Odysseus was not alone in his troubles. The Greeks had split into various homeward-bound contingents, each facing their own ill luck. Menelaus, husband of Helen, the woman allegedly responsible for all this carnage, took a rather indirect route home. He wandered as far as Egypt, which, even by heroic standards, is rather off course. There he wrestled with the shape-shifting sea god Proteus, as one does, in order to gain the knowledge of how to appease the gods and calm the winds. This required holding Proteus tightly while he transformed into a lion, a snake, a tree, and a stream of water, before finally surrendering his secrets. There were no shortcuts in Bronze Age travel. Historical records, well, as much as we can call them that, do suggest that Greek sailors at the time weren't especially equipped for reliable maritime navigation. They hugged coastlines, avoided night travel, and interpreted weather patterns through a mixture of guesswork and prayer. Their ships were sturdy enough for the Aegean, but the open Mediterranean posed significant challenges. Add to this the divine meddling, and one can see why so many of these heroes took the scenic route home. Diomedes, one of the mightiest warriors of the war, fared little better. He returned to Argos only to find that his wife had taken a lover during his absence and was plotting to kill him. To her credit, 10 years is a long time. Rather than make a fuss, Diomedes fled to Italy, where he eventually faded into the vague mists of local legend, worshipped in some places as a minor deity. A rather anticlimactic ending for a man who once wounded both Ares and Aphrodite in battle. Nestor, the oldest and perhaps wisest of the Greek commanders, seems to have made it home without too much divine harassment. It helps, one suspects, that he kept his head down, said his prayers, and refrained from boasting about clever ideas involving wooden horses. There's a lesson in that. Agamemnon, leader of the Greek coalition and brother to Menelaus, did reach home, only to be murdered in his bath by his wife Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus. But more on that particular bit of family dysfunction in the next chapter. Suffice it to say, the post-war glow did not last long for the house of Atreus. There was a curious sense in the Greek imagination that war never truly ended. Victory was merely the prelude to a different kind of suffering. The gods did not reward triumph with peace. In fact, they often punished it. Hubris, that quintessentially Greek concept of arrogant pride, was a capital offence in the eyes of Olympus. If a man returned home boasting of his glory, he was inviting divine correction. And then there were the storms. Natural, of course, but also supernatural. The seas between Troy and Greece were notoriously rough. The Hellespont, the Aegean, and beyond, all capricious, especially to ships lacking proper ballast or understanding of wind currents. The Greeks often personified these elements as gods or spirits, harpies, sea nymphs, angry winds. Because when your fleet is scattered overnight and half your crew vanishes, blaming an angry goddess feels more comforting than admitting you misread a cloud. The return home also meant confronting time itself. 10 years of war meant a decade lost. Children grew up without fathers, political alliances shifted, and thrones were not always waiting patiently for their former occupants. The journey was not just geographical, it was existential. These men returned not as heroes, but as strangers. This theme runs deeply through Homer's Odyssey. Odysseus longs for home, for Ithaca, for Penelope and Telemachus. Yet at every turn he's offered comfort, even immortality, by figures like Calypso. Still, he chooses hardship. The Greek mind revered the idea of nostos, but it also understood that one could never truly go home unchanged. The home you remembered was gone, and so were you. Meanwhile, the gods watched all this with their usual mix of boredom and caprice. Athena took a special interest in Odysseus, helping him occasionally when she remembered to, while Zeus played both sides as usual. Poseidon sulked, Hermes ferried souls to the underworld, and Apollo, who had spent much of the war firing plague arrows, returned to more musical pursuits. The war had ended, but peace was elusive. Even those who made it back without divine interference faced restless kingdoms and unruly citizens. Some were worshipped, others resented. The line between hero and troublemaker blurred easily. And what of the ships themselves? Ancient Greek ships, primarily pentaconters and biremes, were long, narrow, and powered by both sails and oars. They weren't built for comfort. There were no cabins, no galleys, no protection from the elements. Sailors slept where they could, ate cold rations, and relied on wind and muscle. Navigation was by stars, sun, and intuition. That so many even attempted long voyages is a testament to their stubborn optimism. Or perhaps their lack of alternatives. Many of the ships were lost, scattered in storms or dashed against unfamiliar shores. The sea claimed them silently. No epic poems were written for those whose names did not survive, but their ghosts, one imagines, lingered along lonely beaches and under wine-dark waves. In the centuries that followed, Greek poets and playwrights would return again and again to these post-war stories. The nostoi, as they came to be called, were an entire genre. The war was a given, brutal but glorious. The return, though, was where the real drama lay. That's where men broke, or bent, or found meaning. We're used to thinking of myths as grand, flashy things. Monsters, magic, climactic battles. But the Greeks understood that the quiet aftermath was where tragedy bloomed. The war ended with a horse and fire, but the real stories began when the sails went up, and home became a dream somewhere on the horizon. Even in the archaeological record, there are hints of this turbulent return. Many Mycenaean palaces show signs of sudden destruction around the same period: burned walls, toppled columns, abandoned treasures. Was it invasion, rebellion, or simply the long echo of a war that refused to stay on foreign soil? Historians debate, as they always do, but the myth has its own answers. The gods were not finished yet, so the Greeks sailed home, slowly, painfully, circuitously. They were shipwrecked, seduced, cursed, and forgotten. Some never arrived. Others returned only to find they were no longer welcome, and a few, like Odysseus, clung to the memory of home like a compass, trusting that however long the journey, there was still something waiting at the end. Whether there was or not, well, that's another story. So, let us now drift back into the murky waters of post-war homecomings. If you were hoping that at least one Greek king had a cheerful reunion with his family after 10 years away, I'm afraid you've wandered into the wrong epic. This is the tale of Agamemnon, commander of the Greek forces at Troy, brother to Menelaus, and a man whose homecoming can be summed up in 2 words: unfortunately brief. Agamemnon had led the 1,000-ship fleet to Troy and played his part with ruthless efficiency. He sacrificed his own daughter to appease the winds, squabbled with Achilles over a slave girl, and generally made himself disagreeable to gods and men alike. He did, however, win the war, which you might think would count for something, but his victory came at a price, one that followed him all the way back to Mycenae, where his wife, Clytemnestra, was waiting. Now, the story of Clytemnestra is not a cheerful one, but she is often painted far too simply as a vindictive woman with a grudge. In truth, she had good reason to be angry. Years before, Agamemnon had sacrificed their daughter, Iphigenia, to ensure favourable winds for the Greek fleet. No warning, no consultation. Just a priest, an altar, and a quiet murder dressed up as a divine necessity. Clytemnestra, understandably, took it personally. While Agamemnon was away playing war hero, she had not exactly remained idle. She took a lover, Aegisthus, a man with his own reasons to loathe the house of Atreus, and together they plotted. It wasn't just revenge, it was justice, retribution, and perhaps a bit of long overdue housekeeping. And so, after years of war and an arduous return journey, Agamemnon finally sailed into the bay beneath his palace, the bronze towers of Mycenae gleaming in the distance. One can imagine him standing on the deck of his ship, sun-worn and grimy, dreaming of a warm bath and roasted lamb. Unfortunately, that bath would be the last comfort he ever knew. In Aeschylus's Agamemnon, the king arrives with Cassandra, the Trojan prophetess he had taken as a war prize. Now, bringing home a captive concubine might seem a rather bold decision when your wife is already displeased, but Agamemnon never was known for subtlety. Cassandra, cursed by Apollo to see the future, but never be believed, saw exactly what was coming. She walked into the palace like a woman entering a tomb, resigned, poetic, and ignored. The bath was drawn, the robes laid out, and there, amid the steam and ceremony of a long-awaited homecoming, Clytemnestra murdered her husband with an axe, or perhaps a sword. The details vary, as myths tend to do. In some versions, she entangles him in a net before the killing blow. In others, he's struck as he reclines, utterly unaware. But all agree on the outcome. Agamemnon, war hero and king, dead in his own house by his wife's hand. It wasn't just personal, it was political, symbolic, even ritualistic. The house of Atreus had long been a mire of curses, betrayals and bloodshed. Tantalus, Atreus, Thyestes, each generation passed down a fresh scandal. Agamemnon's death was less a surprise than a grim inevitability. The Greeks, ever lovers of a tragic arc, saw this not merely as domestic drama, but divine rebalancing. You see, no crime went unpunished in the world of myth, especially not those committed against family. Agamemnon's sacrifice of Iphigenia had broken a sacred bond, and blood, as always, demanded more blood. Clytemnestra and Aegisthus ruled Mycenae together for several years after the murder. By some accounts, they were competent, even prosperous rulers. But the shadow of what they'd done lingered. And somewhere far away, growing older in exile, Agamemnon's son, Orestes, was watching, waiting, and nursing a very different idea of justice. Before we turn to him, it's worth pausing to consider the historical underpinnings of all this myth. Mycenae was indeed a real place, an imposing Bronze Age citadel with massive stone walls and a commanding view of the surrounding valley. The shaft graves of Mycenaean kings, discovered centuries later, revealed a world of wealth, weaponry, and ceremonial grandeur. One grave contained a golden death mask, once romantically dubbed the Mask of Agamemnon, though the identification is largely wishful thinking. Still, the myths do seem to echo something real, that returning warriors found their homes changed, their families distant, and their power unstable. In many Mycenaean centres, we find signs of abrupt destruction or abandonment around the same time period, evidence, perhaps, of internal unrest or social collapse. It's not hard to imagine that some kings returned home only to face suspicion, usurpation, or worse. Back in the myth, Agamemnon's fate was only the beginning of a longer tragedy. Clytemnestra may have seen herself as an avenger, but in the logic of Greek myth, she was also a murderer. And the gods, as always, had opinions. Enter Orestes. Raised in exile, likely by allies of his father or sympathetic family retainers, Orestes grew up with one goal: to avenge his father's death. But here the myth gets deliciously tangled. To kill one's mother, even a murderous one, was not a simple act of vengeance. It was a spiritual crime, one that brought its own consequences. When Orestes returned to Mycenae, he did what he believed was necessary. He killed Aegisthus first, which no one particularly objected to. Then he confronted Clytemnestra. In some retellings, she pleads with him, bares her breast, reminds him that she gave him life. But Orestes, trembling with fury and fate, strikes her down. The moment is terrible, quiet, almost ritualistic. And then the Furies come. The Greeks called them the Erinyes, ancient goddesses of vengeance who pursued those who spilled kindred blood. Black-robed, snake-haired, they drove Orestes into madness. He fled from temple to temple, seeking purification, but the Furies were relentless. Guilt in the ancient Greek mind was not a matter of conscience. It was an external force, almost a physical illness, stalking the sinner until justice was done. Eventually, Orestes found sanctuary in Athens, where the goddess Athena intervened. In a trial on the Areopagus, a rocky outcrop used for real-life criminal cases, she declared that the cycle of blood vengeance must end. Orestes was acquitted, and the Furies, soothed by the promise of new rights and honour, became the Eumenides, the kindly ones. It's a tidy mythological solution to the messy business of familial revenge. The story of Agamemnon and his family was endlessly retold in Greek tragedy. Aeschylus's Oresteia, Euripides' Electra, Sophocles' Electra. Each playwright offered their own shading. Was Clytemnestra a villain, or a mother driven to desperate justice? Was Orestes a hero, or a victim of divine contradiction? These were not tales with clear morals, but rather mirrors for the Greeks to reflect on law, loyalty, and the dangerous gravity of blood. From a cultural perspective, the myth encapsulated deep anxieties about power and homecoming. The idea that a king, triumphant abroad, might return only to fall in his own bath. It struck a chord. Greece was no stranger to political upheaval. City-states were rife with coups, assassinations, and shifting loyalties. The myth merely dressed these realities in poetic garb. And then there's Cassandra, the tragic footnote. Cursed by Apollo to prophesy truly but be ignored, she knew what would happen the moment they stepped ashore. In most versions, she was murdered alongside Agamemnon, either in the palace or just outside it. Her death, barely remarked upon in many accounts, adds a final note of melancholy to the tale. She had seen it all and still could not stop it. Cassandra's curse is one of those mythic touches that feels eerily modern. To know the truth and be disbelieved, there's something timeless about that. She becomes a symbol not just of doomed foresight, but of the loneliness that comes with clarity. The home of Agamemnon thus became a kind of mythological crime scene, revisited again and again by poets, playwrights, and priests. It was a cautionary tale, a tragic cycle, and a puzzle box of competing ethics. Was Agamemnon a villain for killing his daughter? Was Clytemnestra right to kill him? Was Orestes justified in avenging his father? Each answer led to another question. But for our purposes, here in the soft, slow hours of night, it is enough to say that Agamemnon came home and died. That a bath, which might have been warm and soothing, became a tomb. That behind palace walls, the real war continued, quieter but no less brutal. And that even kings, even the great and bronze-clad, were not spared the price of their choices. So the torch of vengeance passed from hand to hand, from Clytemnestra to Orestes, from gods to mortals and back again. And in the quiet corridors of Mycenae, the stones remembered it all. Tomorrow, perhaps, we'll visit Odysseus again. But for now, let us rest in the ruins of a palace where the echoes of footsteps, long silence, still murmur their ancient regrets. Let us now turn to a man who, more than any other, came to embody the very concept of Nostos, the homecoming. Odysseus, king of the modest island of Ithaca, veteran of the Trojan War, and possessor of a famously complicated relationship with the gods. His story, immortalised in Homer's Odyssey, is less a journey and more an endurance test, a 10-year sequence of delays, detours, distractions, and divine punishments. In truth, if he'd just taken the ferry and kept his head down, he might have been home in a week. But where would the poetry be in that? Odysseus had a reputation for cleverness. He devised the idea of the Trojan horse, after all, though how much of that was his idea and how much poetic license, we'll never know. Regardless, it was a decision that ensured the city's fall and secured his place in history, and Poseidon's grudge list. The trouble began shortly after he and his men set sail from Troy. The gods were, let's say, less than pleased. In some versions, Odysseus forgot to thank them. In others, he was simply caught up in the divine fallout of the war. Most notably, he had offended Poseidon by blinding the Cyclops Polyphemus. A necessary act of survival, yes, but when the giant turns out to be the sea god's son, well, you can expect choppy waters ahead. And so the long voyage began. One might imagine that the journey from Troy to Ithaca, roughly 1,000 kilometres, wouldn't take a decade, even in a boat powered by oars and optimism. But then, Odysseus had a particular knack for getting lost in spectacular ways. The first stop was the land of the Cicones, where his men made the classic mistake of raiding a village, overstaying their welcome, and being driven off by the locals. Not exactly an auspicious start. Then came the Lotus Eaters, a rather dreamlike group who offered Odysseus's crew a plant that made them forget all desire to return home. A tempting proposition that, and one might argue, more peaceful than anything that came after. Still, Odysseus, annoyingly responsible, dragged them back to the ships and sailed on. Next was the infamous encounter with the Cyclops. Trapped in a cave with Polyphemus, Odysseus introduced himself, cleverly, as nobody, got the giant drunk on strong wine, and blinded him with a red-hot steak. When the Cyclops screamed for help, shouting that nobody is hurting me, his fellow giants presumably shrugged and went back to napping. It was ingenious, really. Unfortunately, before sailing off, Odysseus made the crucial mistake of shouting his real name back at Polyphemus. This allowed the injured Cyclops to pray to Poseidon for vengeance, and Poseidon, being a rather involved parent, obliged. Now firmly on the god's naughty list, Odysseus continued his zigzagging path across the wine-dark sea. He stopped next at the island of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. Aeolus was surprisingly helpful, bottling up all the adverse winds in a bag and giving Odysseus only the breeze he needed. All would have been well, if only Odysseus's crew hadn't been quite so curious. Thinking the bag contained treasure, they opened it just as Ithaca came into view. The winds escaped, a storm rose, and they were blown back to square one. One imagines Odysseus briefly contemplating life as a shepherd instead. Then came the Laestrygonians, giants with a talent for smashing ships and eating sailors. Most of Odysseus's fleet was destroyed here, leaving him with just one vessel. It's the sort of incident that tends to dampen morale, though one suspects Odysseus had already adjusted to lowered expectations. From there, it was on to the island of Circe, enchantress, sorceress, part-time pig farmer. She turned his men into swine, as one does, though whether that was punishment or commentary is unclear. Hermes, ever helpful, gave Odysseus a magical herb called moly to protect him. With it, he resisted Circe's magic, and depending on the version, either threatened her or charmed her into restoring his men. He then spent a year there, comfortably ensconced in her company. A rather long delay, though Circe did have a very nice villa. But even Circe couldn't stall fate forever. Before he could leave, she told him he would need to visit the underworld and consult the spirit of the blind prophet Tiresias. It was the sort of thing Greek heroes were expected to do on long journeys, a little necromancy between islands. So, Odysseus sailed to the edge of the world, sacrificed a ram, and waited while the dead gathered round. Tiresias offered a grim forecast: hardship, loss, and danger. But eventually, if he was careful, Odysseus might reach home. He also saw the shades of his mother, Achilles and Agamemnon, who, you may recall, had recently had a very bad bath. Emerging from the land of the dead with no small amount of existential baggage, Odysseus returned to Circe, who provided more advice. Avoid the sirens, she said, seductive singers who lured sailors to their deaths. Odysseus, ever the curious one, had his men plug their ears with wax while he had himself tied to the mast, just so he could hear their song without succumbing. It was, admittedly, a very Odyssean solution. Practical, perilous, and just a bit arrogant. Next came Scylla and Charybdis, a six-headed monster and a ravenous whirlpool placed inconveniently close together. Odysseus steered toward Scylla, sacrificing a few men rather than risk the entire ship. It's the sort of decision that ancient Greek leaders were expected to make without blinking, though one suspects there were some complaints from the rowing benches. At last, they reached the island of Phrynacia, where sacred cattle belonging to Helios, the sun god, grazed in peace. Odysseus warned his men not to touch them. They promised. And then, while he was napping, they promptly slaughtered and ate several. Helios, unsurprisingly furious, demanded punishment. Zeus obliged with a storm that destroyed the last of Odysseus's crew. Only the man himself survived, clinging to a broken mast, drifting aimlessly until he washed up on the island of Ogygia. Here he met Calypso, a beautiful nymph who offered him immortality if he would stay. It might have seemed like a good deal. No more storms, no more monsters, and an eternity of relaxation. But Odysseus longed for home, for Penelope, for Ithaca. Calypso, both tender and sorrowful, let him go, but not before 7 long years had passed. A different kind of imprisonment, that. Comfort without belonging. At last, with divine help, Odysseus built a raft and sailed once more. Poseidon, still holding a grudge, sent another storm. The poor man could hardly sneeze without attracting weather. He was eventually washed ashore on the land of the Phaeacians, who thankfully turned out to be decent people. They gave him food, clothes, and a proper ship home. After 10 years of wandering, he reached Ithaca at last. But even then, the journey wasn't quite over. His home had been overrun by suitors, dozens of grasping, boastful men courting his wife and feasting in his halls. Disguised as a beggar, Odysseus plotted his revenge. With the help of his son Telemachus, he strung his old bow and dispatched the shooters in a rather bloody finale. Arrows, spears, and poetic justice all around. At last, he revealed himself to Penelope. She, ever cautious, tested him with a secret known only to them: the construction of their bed carved from a rooted olive tree. When Odysseus answered correctly, she wept, and they were reunited. A quiet, hard-won reunion after 20 years apart. Now, what are we to make of all this? On one level, the Odyssey is an adventure, a tapestry of strange lands and strange creatures. But beneath it all lies something deeper: the fear of never getting home, the idea that time might move on without you, that home itself might change, or worse, that you might. Historically, the story reflects the uncertainties of ancient travel. Greek sailors had no maps, no compasses, and very little understanding of ocean currents. Storms, pirates, and unfamiliar coastlines were constant threats. To sail from one island to another could mean weeks of delay or permanent disappearance. The sea was not just a place. It was a personality, and usually a moody one. And yet Odysseus persisted, not because he expected comfort or glory or even survival, but because he believed in Ithaca, in Penelope, in the possibility that home, however distant or changed, was worth the journey. So tonight, let us sail gently through the Ionian breeze, past sleepy islands and forgotten shores. Let us follow a man too clever for his own good, drifting not in haste but in hope. Monsters may rise, tempests may howl, but the stars above remain quiet and constant. And somewhere, far across the sea, a lamp is burning in a window. Ithaca waits. Not everyone who fought at Troy ended up in an epic poem or on the side of a vase. Some heroes did not sail home in triumph, or wander famously for 10 years. No, some slipped into the margins, their stories quieter, sadder, and mostly uncelebrated. In this chapter, we turn to those figures, brave, flawed, and frankly unlucky, who survived the war but not the peace that followed. First, let us linger a moment with Ajax the Greater, not to be confused with Ajax the Lesser, who will have his own inglorious exit soon enough. Ajax the Greater was a giant of a man, second only to Achilles in strength and battlefield presence. He was a tower of bronze and bellowing rage, fierce in combat and at times a little too proud of it. When Achilles died, slain by a Paris-assisted arrow to the heel, rather inconsiderate of him, there arose a question among the Greeks. Who should inherit his armour? It was no ordinary kit after all. Forged by Hephaestus himself, it glittered like fire and symbolised the might of the Greek war machine. Naturally, both Ajax and Odysseus laid claim to it. Now, Ajax had the stronger argument. He'd fought tirelessly, protected the ships, and retrieved Achilles' body under heavy fire. But Odysseus had the sharper tongue. In a public debate, essentially an early Greek talent show for war resumes, Odysseus spun a more persuasive tale, citing strategy, diplomacy, and the favour of the gods. The audience, swayed by words more than wounds, awarded him the armour. Ajax did not take the loss well. According to Sophocles and later mythographers, Ajax spiralled into a state of humiliated fury. At night, he planned to kill the Greek leaders responsible. But Athena, protective of Odysseus, muddled his mind. In a haze of madness, Ajax slaughtered livestock, thinking they were his enemies. When he awoke and realized what he had done, surrounded by the bloodied corpses of sheep and cattle, he was overcome with shame. He walked away from the camp, planted his sword in the ground, and fell upon it. A brutal, silent end for a man who had fought so loudly. There's something deeply Greek in this. The idea that the true wound is not death in battle, but dishonour in peace. Ajax was not killed by sword or spear, but by a loss of standing, of meaning. A hero without recognition is, in the Greek imagination, barely a man at all. The gods gave him strength, but they did not give him a second act. His death was mourned by many, but especially by his half-brother Teucer, an archer and a steadfast companion throughout the war. Teucer tried to give Ajax a proper burial, but Menelaus and Agamemnon initially forbade it. Proof that even corpses had politics in those days. Eventually, Odysseus himself intervened, arguing that Ajax, whatever had happened, was still a great warrior. A small act of decency in a war mostly lacking in them. Teucer, exiled for failing to bring his brother home, wandered off and eventually settled in Cyprus, founding the city of Salamis. Or so the legends say. It's a quieter legacy, no monsters, no divine wrath, just a man trying to put something in the ground that wasn't a weapon. Then there's Philoctetes, perhaps the most reluctant of the heroes. His tale begins not at Troy, but on the way there. He possessed the bow of Heracles, gifted to him as a reward for lighting the funeral pyre of the great hero. This bow, it was foretold, would be needed to win the war. Unfortunately, Philoctetes had a bit of a foot problem. At Lemnos, he was bitten by a snake, a minor thing in most stories, but in this case, the wound festered. It stank. It wept. It made the journey unbearable. His cries disturbed the other warriors, and his smell, well, apparently it was memorable. So, with all the empathy of a conquering army, the Greeks abandoned him on the island, leaving him with his bow, his pain, and a lot of time to think. For years he lived there, wounded and alone. But eventually, when Troy still refused to fall, a prophecy surfaced. The bow of Heracles was indeed required. Cue the awkward return of Greek diplomacy. Odysseus, naturally, was sent to retrieve the man he had once abandoned. He brought with him Neoptolemus, the teenage son of Achilles, another man with a complicated father-shaped shadow to fill. Different versions tell it differently. In some, Neoptolemus wins Philoctetes over with honesty and kindness. In others, he tricks him, only to be overcome with guilt and return the bow. But in the end, Philoctetes is healed, either by divine intervention or Greek medicine, and brought back to Troy. He shoots the arrow that finally fells Paris, and thus completes his unhappy arc. After the war, Philoctetes' story peters out. He's said to have wandered, perhaps founding a city or two, but the myths don't linger on him. His fame, like many others, was tied to a single arrow. When that was loosed, so too was his relevance. And what of Ajax the Lesser? Ah, yes, not to be confused with his more honourable namesake, this Ajax was best known for committing one of the more appalling crimes during the sack of Troy. In the temple of Athena, he assaulted Cassandra, dragging her from the altar and claiming her as a prize. The act was a double outrage, not just against a woman seeking sanctuary, but against the goddess whose temple he violated. Athena did not take it lightly. Though the Greek leaders were divided on how to respond, some wanted to punish him, others looked away. They ultimately allowed him to sail home. It was a decision they'd regret. As his ship sailed through the angry sea, Athena called down a storm. Ajax, cast into the water, clung to a rock and boasted that the gods couldn't kill him. A bit of classic hubris. Poseidon, unimpressed, split the rock and drowned him. In the Greek tradition, no sin goes unpaid, and no arrogance goes uncorrected. Ajax the Lesser's name was blackened. His death was not heroic, it was a warning. Then there are the unnamed and half-named heroes, the foot soldiers, the shipmates, the men who bled and died in the margins. Greek myth, for all its grandeur, has a curious amnesia when it comes to the majority. We hear of their bravery in clusters, the Achaeans, the Danaans, but their individual stories are mostly forgotten. Only the elite, the sons of kings and favourites of gods, get a proper ending. Still, there are echoes. In the epic cycle known as the Nostoi, now mostly lost to time, there were once tales of the other warriors returning home. Men like Idomeneus, king of Crete, who made a rash vow to sacrifice the first living thing he saw upon returning home, only to be greeted by his own son. A story with echoes of the biblical Jephthah, and just as grim. And Eurypylus, son of Telephus, who fought for the Trojans but was killed in a blaze of poetic glory. His story is mostly footnotes now, a few lines in fragmentary poems. And Thersites, a common soldier mocked for his ugliness and impudence, beaten by Odysseus for speaking too freely. A rare glimpse of dissent in a world dominated by kings and demigods. History has never been entirely fair to its lesser heroes. Those who carried the spears, manned the oars, and kept the fires burning seldom earn verses of their own. But their presence, however faint, lingers in the background of myth, like the quiet hum behind a chorus. Archaeologically speaking, the Mycenaean period does show signs of wide-scale collapse around the time of the Trojan War's supposed end. Palaces burned, trade routes disappeared, and many of the great centres were abandoned. Perhaps some of the returning heroes found not the homes they remembered, but smouldering ruins and silence. For many, there may have been no welcome, no bed, no stories. And perhaps that's why the myths settled so often on grief. The Greeks knew that not everyone returned, and that some who did wished they hadn't. The Odyssey gives us the grandeur, but these lesser tales give us the sorrow. So tonight, as we drift through the quieter parts of the mythic map, spare a thought for the heroes who came back broken, or didn't come back at all. For Ajax, whose pride outlived his strength. For Philoctetes, whose wound became his exile. For the countless unnamed who marched to Troy and never saw their islands again. In the dark, between the waves and stars, their stories still float, unfinished, unpolished, but quietly, stubbornly present. If ever there were a face that launched 1,000 ships and exhausted 1,000 poets, it was surely Helen of Troy. Or rather, Helen of Sparta, depending on which part of her life you catch her in. Tonight, we sail away from the battlefields and burning walls, and follow not the warriors, but the women, beginning with Helen herself. When the dust settled and the horse had done its work, the city of Troy was ash and rubble. Fires still smouldered where palaces once stood. The air hung thick with the scent of burnt cedar and blood. In the ruins, women, noble women, priestesses, servants, were rounded up like cattle, the prizes of victory. At the centre of it all stood Helen, beautiful, mysterious, and ever the subject of debate. Some said she had willingly gone to Troy with Paris, bewitched by his charm and Aphrodite's divine meddling. Others insisted she had been taken against her will, a passive prize in a game of gods and kings. In truth, the myths offer no single answer. Helen was either a seductress or a scapegoat, or perhaps a woman simply trying to survive in a world that insisted on making her symbolic. Menelaus, her long-estranged husband, was among the warriors who stormed the city. One might expect him to have run her through with a sword. Instead, the stories tell us that when he found her, standing in her quarters, draped in silks, radiant even in defeat, he dropped his weapon. Overwhelmed by her beauty, his rage faltered. He led her away, not as a captive, but as a wife reclaimed. or so the version goes. But it is worth pausing to consider what kind of homecoming that was. Helen returned with Menelaus to Sparta, but her reputation did not. In many cities across Greece, she was viewed as the cause of it all, the deaths, the fires, the decade of despair. Though poets might speak of her face with reverence, the common tongue likely preferred curses. And in the plays of Euripides and others, Helen is not a heroine, but a question mark. Was she guilty? Was she powerless? Or was she simply too beautiful to live in peace? In some version of the myth, a phantom Helen was sent to Troy, while the real one remained in Egypt the entire time. This alternate telling, found in Euripides' Helen, was the ancient equivalent of saying it wasn't really her. It's a strange attempt at narrative redemption, one that raises more questions than it answers. But it does speak to the discomfort the Greeks felt about blaming a woman so central to their own self-image. Because if Helen truly went willingly, then she was a traitor. If unwillingly, then she was a victim. But either way, the war became hers to carry. As for Menelaus, his journey home was no smoother than anyone else's. He and Helen wandered for years, blown off course, landing in Egypt among other places. There, they were received by the local king, sometimes Proteus, sometimes another, who treated them with suspicious generosity. The gods were still sorting out the details. Eventually, they made it back to Sparta, older, wearier, and perhaps unsure what they had returned to. It's tempting to imagine them sitting across from one another at dinner, in a palace once full of laughter and song. Now they shared only silence, broken occasionally by the clink of goblets and the shuffle of memories best left undisturbed. In some myths, Helen became a goddess after death. In others, she was exiled, hounded by the Furies, or wandered alone through the mountains. One version even claims she ended her days in Rhodes, where she was hanged by the widow of a fallen Greek soldier. The myths rarely agree on her fate, only on her beauty and the trouble it brought. But Helen, for all her complexities, was not the only woman whose life was shattered by the war. Let us return to the ruins of Troy and speak of the others, those taken as spoils and shipped away to Greek cities where no songs were sung for them. First, Hecuba, Queen of Troy. Once a proud matriarch, she lost nearly all her sons in the war: Hector, Paris, Deiphobus, Troilus, and more. Her husband, King Priam, was butchered at the altar by Achilles' son. Her daughter Polyxena was sacrificed on Achilles' tomb. Her grandson, Astyanax, the infant son of Hector, was thrown from the city walls by the Greeks, so that he might never grow up to avenge his father. A precautionary cruelty, if ever there was one. And Hecuba, she was given to Odysseus, the most diplomatic of the Greeks, but one suspects even he found little comfort in her bitter company. In Euripides' Hecuba, she is transformed from queen to beast by grief. In some versions, she literally becomes a dog, throwing herself into the sea, howling. Myth has a way of externalizing suffering after all. If your sorrow is inhuman, you might as well become something else. Then there was Andromache, Hector's widow, a model of loyalty, modesty, and sorrow. She watched her child murdered and her city burned, and then she was claimed by Neoptolemus, the teenage son of Achilles. It's a pairing that feels particularly cruel, as if the gods were scripting a tragic irony. The wife of the slain prince, now handed to the son of his killer. She bore Neoptolemus children, lived for a time in Epirus, and eventually found a kind of quiet life, marrying Helenus, another Trojan survivor, and ruling a small kingdom. But the shadow of Troy never left her. In the Greek world, women like Andromache were both revered and pitied, reminders of what war leaves behind. And what of Cassandra, that doomed prophetess? She had warned them, of course, warned her people about Paris, warned them about the horse, warned them about the fall. But Apollo had cursed her. She could see the future, but no one would ever believe her. The curse of clarity without persuasion, a poetic fate and a cruel one. When the city fell, Cassandra sought refuge in Athena's temple, and there she was assaulted by Ajax the Lesser, dragged from the sacred altar. For this, the gods ensured Ajax would never return home. Cassandra, meanwhile, was given to Agamemnon, taken as a concubine, a spoil. She travelled with him to Mycenae and saw the future again, his murder at the hands of Clytemnestra. Her own death, too. She entered the palace anyway, shoulders squared, walking toward doom with her head held high. In a way, she was the bravest of them all. To know what awaits and go anyway. Cassandra was not just a figure of tragedy, but of perception. In her, the Greeks saw the limits of knowledge. What good is vision if it cannot change the outcome? Her story echoes down the centuries, in every ignored warning and every dismissed truth. These women, Helen, Hecuba, Andromache, Cassandra, they remind us that the Trojan War was not just a saga of men. For every spear thrown, there was a wife waiting. For every city burned, a mother weeping. And in the aftermath, it was often the women who bore the consequences, who were reshaped by survival into something unrecognizable. In Greek drama, particularly the tragedies of Euripides, these female voices are given rare prominence. Perhaps because in their suffering, the Greeks recognized something more universal than glory. The men may have claimed victory, but the women remembered the cost. Historically, the treatment of captured women in ancient warfare was, as one might expect, grim. They were enslaved, traded, kept as concubines. The myths, for all their embellishment, reflect a painful reality, that in war, the fates of women were rarely their own. Their grief, however, became central to the Greek imagination. Even Helen, for all her elevation, remains a figure of ambiguity. She is honoured in some cities, reviled in others. She is remembered less for what she did, and more for what others did because of her. In Sparta, a cult of Helen emerged. Temples were built in her name. She became almost divine. Her beauty, her sorrow, her mythic weight, all transformed into ritual. There's something strange and slightly unsettling in the idea of worshipping a woman whose greatest legacy was a war. And in Troy? Well, there was no Troy anymore. The archaeological site we now call Hisarlik bears the layers of many cities, built and burned over centuries. Whether one of them was the Troy of Homer, we can't say for certain, but the ashes, the walls, the charred remnants, they are real. Someone's city burned. Someone's family was taken. So tonight, let us walk softly among the ruins, past the broken columns and the windswept stones, past the temple steps where Cassandra cried out, past the palace halls where Hecuba once ruled, where Andromache rocked her child to sleep, where Helen stared out over the sea, perhaps wondering what all the beauty had been for. These were not silent women. The myths may have tried to sideline them, but their voices echo, persistent and clear. They remind us that behind every war story lies another, quieter, lonelier, more enduring. And perhaps, if the gods are ever listening, It is these stories they remember best. Tonight we turn our gaze to a boy who entered the Trojan War at its end and departed the world not long after. Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, grandson of Peleus, and great-grandson, on his mother's side, of a man called Lycomedes, who mostly stayed out of the epics. Neoptolemus came late to the war, but made a remarkable impression. In many ways, he was everything his father was, and, perhaps, everything he wasn't. Born on the island of Syros, Neoptolemus was raised far from the clatter of spears and war cries. His mother, Deidamia, had once known Achilles before he was famous, when he was hidden away by his mother Thetis in an attempt to prevent his doomed fate. Dressed as a girl among the daughters of Lycomedes, Achilles in disguise found love and a son, as one does, apparently, during such awkward arrangements. But destiny has a way of tracking down those who try to avoid it. By the time Neoptolemus was old enough to hold a spear, the Greeks had been at war for nearly a decade. Troy still stood. The warriors were weary, and Achilles was already dead, felled by a poetic arrow guided by Apollo and shot by Paris, who, as we've noted before, rarely did anything without divine assistance. Now, a new prophecy emerged. The Greeks would not win unless they brought the son of Achilles to the battlefield, as if the gods, having taken the father, demanded the child in his place. So Odysseus, ever the recruiter, sailed to Syros and fetched the boy. Neoptolemus arrived in Troy not as a soldier, but as a symbol, a vessel of inherited wrath. And indeed, he seemed to carry that wrath with great enthusiasm. While Achilles had moments of introspection, hesitation, even grace, Neoptolemus often lacked such subtlety. He was fierce, brutal, and quick to violence. Some ancient writers admired his decisiveness, others found it alarming. In the final days of the war, Neoptolemus earned a reputation both glorious and grim. It was he who killed Priam, the aged king of Troy, right there at the altar of Zeus. While the old man clutched the statue of the god, seeking mercy, Neoptolemus cut him down. No respect for age, sanctuary, or sorrow. The scene, immortalized in later Roman texts like the Aeneid, would haunt generations of storytellers. He also, according to some versions, threw Astyanax, Hector's infant son, from the city walls. A practical act, the Greeks would say. A horrifying one, the rest of us might. The boy, after all, could grow into a man and seek vengeance. And so, Neoptolemus ensured there would be no next generation of Trojans. He was not content to end the war. He wanted to erase its memory. For his efforts, he received Andromache, Hector's widow, as a war prize. And so the woman who had once lain beside the Prince of Troy now found herself bound to the killer's son. A cruel symmetry, if ever there was one. They left Troy together, part of the Greek fleet limping home through unfriendly seas and discontented gods. Some were shipwrecked, others wandered for years, but Neoptolemus somehow made his way to Epirus, a land in northwestern Greece, and carved out a small kingdom there. The myths say he ruled wisely, perhaps mellowed by time and distance, or perhaps just tired. But the fates had not quite finished with him. In some versions, he travelled to Delphi, the sacred sanctuary of Apollo, either to seek guidance or demand justice. There, depending on which story you prefer, he either insulted the priests, desecrated the temple, or simply arrived at the wrong moment. Whatever the cause, he was murdered, either by the temple servants or by Apollo himself. Cut down not in battle, but at the threshold of the god who had once guided Paris's arrow into his father's heel. Poetic again, and deeply Greek. You see, Neoptolemus lived under the long shadow of Achilles, a father who was both legend and ghost. The Greeks were fascinated by inheritance, not just of blood, but of doom. To be the son of a hero was to be born halfway into a story already moving toward tragedy. Achilles had been complex, wrathful, yes, but also capable of mercy. He mourned Patroclus. He returned Hector's body to Priam. There was a strange nobility in him, a tragic beauty. Neoptolemus, by contrast, rarely paused to reflect. He killed with confidence. He ruled with force. And then, like so many others, he vanished young. But the Greeks did not discard him. They gave him cults, shrines, a hero's status. In some corners of the ancient world, he was worshipped alongside his father. Perhaps the Greeks, ambivalent as they were about violence, respected someone who didn't hesitate. Still, his legacy is uneasy. Even the playwright struggled with him. In Sophocles' Philoctetes, we see a different Neoptolemus, a conflicted boy, torn between duty and honour. Odysseus sends him to deceive Philoctetes, to steal the bow of Heracles. But Neoptolemus cannot go through with it. He is drawn to pity, to decency. It's a fascinating portrayal. Not the blood-soaked youth of Troy, but a thoughtful young man trying to make sense of a brutal world. It's hard to say whether Sophocles was offering an alternate version or a redemption arc. Greek tragedy, after all, often reinterpreted its heroes. What mattered was not the facts, such as they were, but the moral weight of the story. Historically speaking, Epirus did indeed have myths connecting it to Neoptolemus and his descendants. The Molossian dynasty, one of the more powerful Greek royal lines, claimed to trace its roots back to him. Through them, so too would Alexander the Great, whose mother Olympias came from that bloodline. Alexander, never one to resist a good myth, was quite pleased by the association. In this way, Neoptolemus lived on, not just in tragedy, but in genealogy. And what of Andromache, who followed him from Troy to Epirus? She bore him sons. One, named Molossus, would become the ancestor of kings. Andromache, so often portrayed as a grieving widow, was also a survivor. In some versions of the myth, after Neoptolemus' death, she married Helenus, the Trojan seer and son of Priam, who had also survived. Together they ruled a small kingdom, a curious echo of Troy on Greek soil. Her journey, from princess to slave to queen, was perhaps the longest of them all. She adapted. She endured. In Greek drama, she is often the voice of memory, of what was lost and what still hurts. The aftershocks of Neoptolemus' brief life rippled far. In Rome, Virgil gives us the Aeneid, where a wandering Trojan, Aeneas, meets Andromache in Epirus. She tells him her tale. A tale of ruins, exile, and quiet resilience. It is a sobering moment, buried in a poem otherwise full of triumphal destiny. Even the Romans, who admired conquest, seem to pause at her story. And then, as ever, there's the matter of legacy. Neoptolemus left no epics of his own, no Neotolia. He exists as a sequel, an epilogue to Achilles, a footnote to Troy. But in that short space, he managed to kill a king, win a city, and father a dynasty. Not bad for a teenager. And yet, one cannot help but wonder, what if he had lived longer? Would he have grown into a wise king? Would the rage have softened? Or would the fire that burned so brightly simply have burned everything near it? The Greeks were fond of such questions. In their myths, Youth is often equated with danger. The young are full of force but lack temperance. Achilles dies young. Patroclus dies younger. Neoptolemus continues the pattern. The gods, it seems, did not permit long lives to those who shine too brightly. Perhaps that's why Odysseus, older and greyer, survives his journey. Not because he is stronger, but because he is slower, more cautious, more cunning. The flame that flickers lasts longer than the one that blazes. So tonight we leave Neoptolemus not in the blood-stained temple of Delphi, nor on the smoking battlements of Troy, but somewhere in the quiet hills of Epirus, a young man still learning how to wield a crown. Perhaps he stands at the edge of a cliff, wind tugging at his cloak, staring out at the sea his father once crossed, wondering if he is meant for more than war. Or perhaps not. Perhaps his story ends exactly as it should. Brief, brilliant, and sharp-edged. A warning and a memory. The kind of hero whose fire lit up the sky, if only for a moment. There are homecomings, and then there are Greek homecomings, where the phrase "welcome back" is often followed by murder. And no tale of post-Trojan drama better captures this grim tradition than that of Agamemnon, High King of Mycenae, brother to Menelaus, leader of the Greek forces, and, depending on whom you ask, either a victorious hero or a monumentally unlucky husband. Let us begin at the beginning, or rather, the very inconvenient middle. Before Agamemnon ever set sail for Troy, he made what we might call a tactical error in the eyes of the gods. While preparing the fleet, he killed a sacred stag belonging to Artemis and then boasted about it. Now, if there's one thing Greek gods do not tolerate, it is mortals making noise about how clever or powerful they are, especially when they've just murdered divine wildlife. Artemis responded in kind. She stilled the winds, trapping the Greek fleet in Aulis. No sailing, no war, no progress. The solution, a sacrifice, a human one. Enter Iphigenia, Agamemnon's daughter. He lured her to Aulis under the pretense of marrying her to Achilles. The usual wedding lie. When she arrived, instead of a ceremony, she got an altar. The accounts diverge. Some say Artemis snatched her away at the last moment and replaced her with a deer. Others say the blade fell. Either way, Clytemnestra, Agamemnon's wife and Iphigenia's mother, was not amused. Now fast forward 10 years. Troy is in ruins. Agamemnon is finally coming home, bringing with him not just spoils of war, but Cassandra, the Trojan princess and prophetess, as a concubine. Yes, quite the diplomatic choice. Bringing the enemy king's daughter and your own mistress home after killing your daughter and being gone for a decade. Even Odysseus might have raised an eyebrow. As his ship approached Mycenae, Agamemnon would have seen the familiar cliffs and olive groves of his kingdom, the walls of his palace shining in the sun, and perhaps, just perhaps, he imagined a peaceful return, a soft bed, a hot meal, his people singing of his glory. What he got was Clytemnestra. While he had been off conquering, she had been stewing. 10 years is a long time to hold a grudge, but Clytemnestra was nothing if not patient. She had also taken a lover, Aegisthus, cousin to Agamemnon, and a man with his own complicated family tree. This wasn't merely a matter of betrayal. It was lineage, revenge, and domestic theatre, all in one. According to Aeschylus, when Agamemnon arrived, Clytemnestra greeted him warmly, a little too warmly. She rolled out a purple carpet, a colour reserved for the gods, and invited him to walk upon it. Agamemnon, slightly wary, hesitated. Walking on such fabric was a display of arrogance, practically daring divine punishment. But eventually he relented and entered the palace. He never walked out again. There are several versions of his murder. Some say Clytemnestra lured him into a bath, entangled him in robes, and then stabbed him. Others say she used an axe, or perhaps a sword, with Aegisthus dealing the final blow. The details differ, but the outcome does not. The High King, triumphant in Troy, died naked and unguarded in his own home, cut down not by enemy swords, but by a vengeful wife and a jealous cousin. And Cassandra? She had foreseen all of it. She had seen the palace, the blood, her own end, but true to her curse, no one believed her. Even as she stepped into the house, she knew it was a tomb, and yet she went, calm, resigned, perhaps tired of always knowing what no one else could see. She was killed beside Agamemnon, her death adding a final insult to the Trojan tragedy. Now, to pause briefly for the historical note, Mycenae, as a real place, was one of the great palace complexes of the late Bronze Age. Walls of massive stone blocks, a lion gate still standing today, and shaft graves filled with gold. The Mycenaean rulers may have inspired the later myths, their splintered histories providing the backdrop for tales of ambition and blood. And Agamemnon. His so-called tomb was uncovered by Heinrich Schliemann in the 19th century. A grand grave with a golden mask. The archaeologists remained sceptical about whose bones lay inside, but the poetry endures. Back to the myth, the murder of Agamemnon did not bring peace. It merely shifted the curse down a generation. For you see, Agamemnon had a son, Orestes, and a daughter, Electra. They had waited, grown up under the shadow of a murdered father and a mother-turned monarch. In most versions, Orestes was sent away as a child for his safety, but the gods, or at least the playwrights, would not let him rest. Years later, Orestes returned to Mycenae. Like so many Greek stories, this too became a question of duty versus morality. Apollo had commanded him to avenge his father, but to do so, he would have to commit matricide, to kill his own mother. Even in the flexible ethics of myth, this was a dark and terrible dilemma. Orestes hesitated, but not for long. With the help of Electra, who had her own catalogue of grievances, he crept into the palace. In some versions, he killed Aegisthus first, then Clytemnestra. In others, he hesitated at the final moment, overcome by horror, only to finish the deed as she begged for her life. The result was the same. The house of Atreus, never particularly blessed, was awash in blood once more. But justice, in the Greek sense, never comes clean. No sooner had Orestes avenged his father than he was pursued by the Furies, or Erinyes, ancient goddesses of vengeance. They hounded him day and night, clawing at his mind, whispering guilt into every shadow. He wandered, sleepless and raving, a man driven mad by the price of justice. Eventually, he found his way to Athens, where Athena herself presided over his trial. This moment, dramatized in Aeschylus's Eumenides, marks one of the first symbolic shifts in Greek literature. From vengeance to law, from blood feud to courtroom. Athena cast the deciding vote in his favour, and the Furies, pacified, transformed into the Eumenides, the kindly ones. A tidy ending, though one suspects the family dinners remained awkward. As for Clytemnestra, she too lingers in myth, a ghost never quite exorcised. Some saw her as monstrous, a wife who betrayed her king. Others, especially in later literature, cast her as tragic, a woman who had suffered too long, too deeply to remain silent. Her act was unforgivable, yes, but perhaps also inevitable. Greek myth was never terribly interested in happy marriages. They were stories of passion, betrayal, revenge, the kind of things that made for good theatre and terrible family life. In Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, we see the collision of power and pain. A king who sacrificed his daughter for wind, a queen who waited 10 years to strike, and a son caught in the middle. Even the name House of Atreus carries weight. Atreus, Agamemnon's father, had his own scandalous past. He once murdered his brother's children and fed them to him at a banquet. Yes, a family dinner where the main course was revenge. The curse that followed them all, Agamemnon, Orestes, and even Electra, was said to have begun there, in blood and deceit. It's almost as if the Greeks were trying to tell us something about inheritance. To the ancient mind, families could carry curses as surely as they carried wealth. The sins of the father, and grandfather, and great-uncle were not easily forgotten. The gods might forgive. The Furies would not. And perhaps that's why the tragedy of Agamemnon strikes such a deep chord. It isn't about a king dying in war. It's about what happens after. The slow rot beneath the golden throne, the wife pacing the palace year after year, the child who must decide which parent to betray. There's a quiet horror to it. No monsters, no sieges, no divine thunderbolts. Just the simple terror of returning home to find everything waiting, and none of it good. Tonight, then, let us walk through the palace halls of Mycenae. The hearths are cold. The walls still smell faintly of cedar and blood. Shadows flicker where once kings dined and children played. Perhaps we hear the echo of Cassandra's warning, or the creak of purple carpets beneath sandaled feet. Here, in these stones, the past does not rest. It broods. So let the night fall softly. Let the torches gutter and the marble chill. And remember that not every victory ends in cheers. Sometimes it ends in silence and the slow closing of a door. After the siege of Troy had finally crumbled into dust and ash, the Greeks, those few who had survived the gods, the Trojans and one another, prepared to sail home. Some did not make it past the shoreline. Others would never arrive at all. And a few, like Menelaus, king of Sparta, would find themselves dragged on a journey so improbable that it would seem they'd offended not only the gods, but perhaps time itself. Menelaus, you'll remember, was the man whose wife, Helen, was spirited away by Paris, thus igniting a 10-year war of mud, blood, and badly timed prophecies. When Troy fell, and the smoke cleared, Helen was returned to him, though returned may be too neat a word for what happened. Whether she came willingly, whether she was taken, or whether she had simply grown tired of Paris and ready for the next chapter, we shall never know. What we do know is that she was there on the Trojan shoreline when Menelaus gathered his ships, looking every bit as lovely as she had when the war began. He, on the other hand, had aged. 10 years of siege can do that to a man. They boarded the same ship, perhaps sitting side by side in silence, with only the creaking of oars and the gentle accusation of memory between them. What does one say, really, after all that? So, where were we? Their journey home should have been swift. Sparta was not far, relatively speaking, but the gods had other plans. The Greeks had committed various crimes on their way out of Troy, looting temples, killing supplicants, desecrating sacred spaces. Athena, in particular, had been slighted, and her wrath hung over the fleet like a thundercloud. While some ships were wrecked outright and others scattered, Menelaus's took a more circuitous route, an accidental grand tour of the Mediterranean, if you like, with storms, shipwrecks, and sea monsters included. One of the more exotic stops on this journey was Egypt. Yes, Egypt. Now it might seem strange that a Greek king would end up in Egypt on his way home, but the ancient world was far more connected than it sometimes appears. Trade routes stretched across the seas, and foreign ports were frequented by all manner of adventurers, merchants, and evidently stranded kings with missing wives. In fact, some versions of the myth, like those found in Herodotus, suggest that Helen never went to Troy at all. According to that version, Paris was blown off course and landed in Egypt with Helen in tow. There, the Egyptian king, horrified that Paris had abducted another man's wife, promptly took her into protective custody. Paris was sent away, and the real Helen remained in Egypt throughout the entire war, while a phantom Helen, an illusion, was in Troy. It's a rather elegant narrative solution, really. If true, it means the Greeks fought a 10-year war over a cloud, literally. The gods, it seems, had a taste for irony. But in most versions, Helen did go to Troy, and it was during the return from Troy that Menelaus found himself in Egypt, with his real, and possibly somewhat awkward, wife beside him. There, the myths tell us, he met Proteus, a prophetic sea god and old man of the sea who could shift shape at will. Proteus was not the sort of being one simply interviewed. He had to be captured, physically pinned down, and held through all his transformations until he relented and spoke. And so, following local advice, Menelaus crept upon Proteus while he napped on the shore among his seals, yes, seals, and wrestled him into submission as he morphed into fire, water, a lion, a serpent, and various other alarming shapes. Menelaus held on. One imagines him swearing quietly throughout, until the god gave up and agreed to speak. Proteus, apparently impressed or simply annoyed, told Menelaus how to appease the gods and continue his journey. Sacrifices would be required, as always, and some divine grovelling. He also informed Menelaus that his brother Agamemnon had been murdered upon returning home. One imagines that news landing like a stone in Menelaus's chest. Victorious, yes, but at what cost? Eventually, with the proper rites performed and favourable winds at last, Menelaus and Helen continued their return voyage. It is said that their journey took 8 years in total. 8 years to come home to a city that had once sung their names, now perhaps quiet with confusion or resentment. And here's where the myth gets complicated. Menelaus and Helen resumed their rule in Sparta. Their homecoming, unlike Agamemnon's, was not met with knives. The palace gates opened, the hearth fires were lit, the people bowed, and yet something must have shifted between them. A decade apart. A war. A long sail through hostile waters. A marriage frayed by the gods themselves. In Homer's Odyssey, when Telemachus visits Sparta in search of news of his father, Odysseus, he finds Menelaus and Helen living in elegant domesticity, surrounded by servants, tapestries, and quiet luxury. Helen, ever the gracious hostess, offers potions to ease sorrow, pours wine, and reminisces about the old days. Her beauty intact, her memory selective. In one scene, she casually tells of how, during the Trojan War, She had once walked the walls of Troy and mimicked the voices of the Greek wives below, trying to lure the soldiers out from the belly of the wooden horse. A chilling little anecdote. Her voice, calling to them in the voices of their beloveds. Whether she did it in jest or malice or confusion is left ambiguous. Homer, with his characteristic subtlety, lets the moment pass unjudged. Menelaus listens. He does not interrupt. Perhaps he's heard the story before. But Homer also gives Menelaus a unique fate. While most Greek heroes die bloody deaths or vanish into obscurity, Menelaus is rewarded. According to Book 4 of the Odyssey, he will not die at all. Because he is the husband of Helen, daughter of Zeus, he is destined to be sent at the end of his life to the Elysian fields, a sort of Greek paradise at the edge of the world, where the air is always mild, the sun never too hot, and heroes may relax without fear of divine punishment. It's an odd reward, given how much trouble he endured, but perhaps the gods felt he'd earned it. As for Helen, her later fate is as inconsistent as ever. In Sparta, she was worshipped after her death, or perhaps even before it. A temple to Helen stood there, and offerings were made in her name. Some said she had been taken to Olympus, made divine by Zeus himself. Others claimed she fled to Rhodes, where she was hanged by the widow of one of the Greek warriors who died at Troy, a bitter form of justice. And in some strange accounts, she even married again to Achilles himself in the afterlife, reunited in the Isles of the Blessed, where mythologies merge and old enmities are forgotten. But the Menelaus-Helen saga remains one of the most enigmatic. There are no great battles in their post-war tale, no wrath of Achilles, no suitors slain, just the slow, strange return of two people bound together by fate, reputation, and possibly very little else. And what do we make of Menelaus then? He is not the most glamorous of the Greeks, not the strongest, not the cleverest. He does not give stirring speeches or launch dramatic solo attacks. But he endures. He reclaims his wife. He survives the gods. He returns home. He is, in some ways, the everyman of the epic. Less radiant than Achilles, less sly than Odysseus, but steady. Slightly bewildered, often wrong-footed, but never broken. In the Iliad, he fights bravely but without glory. In the Odyssey, he rules with calm dignity. He is both cuckold and king, hero and husband. A man who simply wants his home, his wife, and a little peace. Which, given the state of the Greek mythological world, is quite the ambition. Historically, Sparta in the late Bronze Age may indeed have been the seat of a powerful ruler. Its later martial reputation, so famous in the classical period, was not yet fully formed. Instead, it was a place of trade, of sanctuaries, of richly decorated tombs. Menelaus and Helen, if they lived at all, would have ruled over a land of olive groves, river valleys, and slowly fading Mycenaean splendour. Perhaps they walked together in the evenings, king and queen of a world already slipping into legend. Perhaps they said very little to each other. Perhaps they had said everything during the war, and the silence was what came next. Tonight, then, let us drift with them on those endless Mediterranean waters. The ship gently rocking, the stars above foreign shores, Proteus shifting in his sleep somewhere beneath the waves, the long way home stretching onward, lined with omens and olive trees. And if the gods allow, perhaps, just perhaps, the sea will stay calm until morning. Some men return from war with scars and silence. others with treasure. But Odysseus, king of Ithaca, returned with stories, a great many of them. Whether he embellished a bit along the way, or a great deal, is beside the point. Tonight, we join him not for his triumphs, but for his meandering, frequently interrupted, occasionally bizarre 10-year journey home. Because for Odysseus, the war was only half the problem. The rest was everything else. The Odyssey, attributed to Homer, begins after Troy, and it opens not with the king himself, but with his household in disarray. His wife, Penelope, is weaving and unweaving a shroud each night to stave off aggressive suitors. His son, Telemachus, is awkward, moody, and increasingly suspicious that his father is never coming back. And the kingdom of Ithaca is slowly, inevitably, becoming someone else's. But where is Odysseus? Stranded, as it happens, on an island with a goddess. Her name is Calypso, and she is in no hurry to let him leave. For 7 years, she keeps him in a kind of bittersweet captivity, offering him immortality, love, and a worry-free existence. He declines, which may strike you as a strange choice. Immortality and divine companionship are nothing to sneeze at. But Odysseus, for all his cleverness, is a man fixated on home. Even if home is full of suitors drinking his wine and eyeing his wife. Eventually the gods intervene. Hermes arrives with a message from Zeus. Let him go. Calypso, grumbling, obeys. Odysseus builds a raft and sets sail, only to be shipwrecked almost immediately by Poseidon, who still holds a grudge. The sea god had never forgiven Odysseus for blinding his son, the Cyclops Polyphemus. More on that shortly. He washes up on the shores of Scheria, home of the Phaeacians, who are helpful, curious, and crucially enjoy a good tale. Here, Odysseus finally begins to recount what's happened since Troy. His adventures unfold in a long, winding flashback, a kind of dinner party storytelling session with a side of trauma. It begins with his first detour, Ismarus, land of the Cicones, where his men plunder a town only to be ambushed in return. A tactical misstep, if we're being generous. Next, the Lotus Eaters. Harmless, dreamy folk who offer his crew fruit that makes them forget everything, including the desire to return home. Odysseus has to physically drag his men back to the ships. It's the first hint that homecoming, for some, might not be as appealing as advertised. Then comes the Cyclops. Odysseus and his crew stumble upon the cave of Polyphemus, a one-eyed shepherd of considerable size and poor manners. They help themselves to his cheese and wine, rude, and are promptly trapped inside. Polyphemus begins eating them one by one. Odysseus, ever the schemer, tells the Cyclops his name is nobody, gets him drunk, and drives a sharpened stake into his eye while he sleeps. The next morning, when Polyphemus howls for help, the other Cyclopes ask who's hurting him. "Nobody," he bellows, and so they leave him alone. A clever trick, but one that comes with a price. As they flee, Odysseus shouts his real name back to the blinded Cyclops, because of course he does. Pride. It undoes many a Greek hero. Polyphemus prays to his father, Poseidon, to curse Odysseus, and the sea god obliges. From here, it all unravels. At Aeolia, the god Aeolus gives Odysseus a bag containing all the winds, a rather generous gift. So close to Ithaca they can see the shoreline, Odysseus's crew, suspecting treasure, opens the bag. The winds explode, the ship is thrown back to Aeolia, and this time Aeolus refuses to help. Understandably. Next stop, Laestrygonians, giant cannibals. They destroy most of his fleet and eat quite a few men. Only one ship escapes. Then, Circe, a sorceress who turns men into pigs. Odysseus, aided by Hermes, resists her magic and becomes her lover instead. They stay a year. It's becoming a theme. Circe eventually helps him with directions, but to proceed, he must visit the underworld and speak with the prophet Tiresias. Down he goes, offering blood and prayers. In the gloom of Hades, he meets the ghost of Elpenor, one of his men who fell off a roof. He sees his mother, long dead. He speaks to Achilles, who admits that he'd rather be a poor farmer among the living than a lord among the dead. Even the great heroes, it seems, tire of their own glory. From the dead, Odysseus returns to Circe, then sets off again. Next, the sirens. Their song lures sailors to their deaths. Odysseus, ever curious, wants to hear it. He plugs his men's ears with wax and ties himself to the mast. The song is haunting, irresistible, but he cannot move, and so they pass safely. Then Scylla and Charybdis, a six-headed monster on one side, a deadly whirlpool on the other. They sail between the two, losing men to Scylla's snapping heads. It's not exactly a win, but it's better than total annihilation. Eventually, they land on Thrinacia, island of Helios, the sun god. They are warned not to touch his sacred cattle. Odysseus insists they obey, but when food runs out, his men predictably slaughter the cows. Helios complains to Zeus, who sends a storm to destroy the ship. Only Odysseus survives. He clings to driftwood, floats for days, and washes up on Ogygia, the island of Calypso. And thus the loop is complete. Back in the present, the Phaeacians, moved by his tale, offer Odysseus passage home. Poseidon, still cranky, turns their ship to stone. But Odysseus at last sets foot on Ithaca. He doesn't announce himself immediately. Always cautious, always calculating. Disguised as a beggar, thanks to Athena's help, he enters his own palace and surveys the chaos. Over 100 suitors have taken residence, drinking, feasting, and pressing Penelope to choose a new husband. Penelope, for her part, has stalled brilliantly. She told them she'd choose once she finished weaving a shroud for Odysseus's father. Each night she undid her day's work. For 3 years they were fooled. Eventually they caught her. But still she held firm. A woman of quiet genius, Odysseus, still disguised, is mocked by the suitors. He endures it, waits, plans. Finally he reveals himself, by stringing his old bow and shooting an arrow through 12 axe heads, a feat no one else could match. Then he kills them all, every last suitor, with arrows, swords, and help from his son and a few loyal servants. The great hall of Ithaca is soaked in blood. The crime, in Homer's eyes, is not vengeance, but hospitality violated. These men overstepped, and now the reckoning has come. But even after this, peace is not guaranteed. The families of the slain suitors rise up, ready to continue the cycle. Athena intervenes. A fragile truce is declared. And finally, the home that Odysseus longed for becomes his again. Not just in bricks and walls, but in name and rule and quiet. Now the curious thing about Odysseus is that his tale doesn't end there. In some later traditions, Odysseus doesn't stay home. One version claims he grows restless and sets off again, this time westward, beyond the known world, seeking to find where the sea ends. Others say he was eventually killed by his own son, Telegonus, born of Circe, who arrives unknowingly in Ithaca and strikes down his father by mistake with a poisoned spear. A rather Greek ending, that, fated, ironic, and familial. But in Homer's version, Odysseus remains. Older, weathered, a king once more. Historically, the island of Ithaca, or rather, the various locations claiming to be it, has been the subject of much scholarly debate. Some archaeologists believe the Homeric Ithaca may not align with the modern island bearing the name. Others insist it does. Regardless, the Odyssey captures the essence of what it meant to be Greek in that age: to travel, to long for home, and to be wary of gifts from strangers. Odysseus stands apart from the other Greek heroes. Achilles sought glory, Agamemnon power, Menelaus perhaps restoration. But Odysseus sought survival. He lies, cheats, weeps, hides, yet endures. He is flawed, brilliant, deeply human. The gods both love and torment him. The world resists him, but he adapts, he thinks. And slowly, painfully, he wins. And so tonight, let us rest beside him, our clever king, finally still. The storm has passed, the hearth is warm, the suitors are gone. Penelope sleeps nearby. The long oar lies in the corner silent. And perhaps, just perhaps, Odysseus dreams not of monsters or witches, but of olive trees, and the smell of bread baking, and the sound of waves brushing softly against the shore of home. It is one thing to be the hero of a great war, quite another to be the son of one. If Odysseus endured storms and monsters, his son Telemachus faced a different kind of trial altogether. The quiet, grating kind of hardship that involves waiting, watching, and wondering whether your father is ever coming home, or if the songs sung about him are more flattering than factual. When the Odyssey opens, Telemachus is no longer a boy, but not quite a man. He is, to borrow a Greek word, nepios, still soft of chin and uncertain of purpose. He lives in a palace overrun by suitors, where the food is being eaten, the wine poured too freely, and the servants uncertain where their loyalties lie. His mother Penelope weaves in the day and unweaves in the night, stalling the inevitable. But time, like the gods, waits for no one. And so Telemachus is forced into an uncomfortable position. Half prince, half hostage, drifting through his own halls like a ghost of what should have been. No father, no control, only whispers of glory and an ever-tightening knot of expectation. Eventually, Athena, as is often the case when men are floundering, steps in, disguised as mentor, a name which would later be borrowed for the role of any wise advisor, though here it's quite literal. She encourages the lad to do something positively un-Greek. Talk about his feelings and make a plan. Telemachus, emboldened by divine pep talk, sets off on a small but significant voyage. He sails to Pylos to visit Nestor, the venerable king and veteran of Troy, and then to Sparta, where Menelaus and Helen are holding court in relative serenity. In both places, he asks the same question: "Have you seen my father?" The answers are vague, scattered. Odysseus is alive, perhaps, or dead, or something in between. But the journey itself is more important than the destination. For the first time, Telemachus acts. He steps beyond the shadow of absence and into the uncertain light of selfhood. Meanwhile, Odysseus is making his own belated return. When the two are reunited in Ithaca, it is not the tearful embrace of storybooks. Odysseus, in disguise, reveals himself carefully. Telemachus does not know what to believe. The man has been gone for 20 years. He has, perhaps, become more myth than father. But belief once lit is hard to extinguish. They scheme together, they strike together, and in the end, they stand side by side over the corpses of the shooters. Father and son united not in words, but in shared purpose and spilled blood. Yet what happens after the vengeance? After the hall has been cleaned, the bow hung, and the island quiet once more? Here, the stories splinter. In some versions, Telemachus becomes king after Odysseus' eventual death. In others, he leaves Ithaca behind entirely. One tradition, found in later Greek sources, claims that Telemachus marries Circe. Yes, that's Circe, the enchantress who once turned his father's men into pigs. In an act of mythological neatness, Odysseus' son and his former lover build a new dynasty on the island of Aiaia. Together, they have a son named Latinus, who, depending on your source, goes on to found part of Italy. The myth is fluid, as always, and the past has a tendency to loop back on itself in peculiar ways. There's also the tale of Telegonus, Circe's son with Odysseus. In one particularly ironic telling, Telegonus grows up unaware of his father's identity, sails off to find him, and accidentally kills him with a spear tipped with the venom of a stingray. In a gesture of mythical symmetry, he then marries Penelope, his father's widow, and Telemachus marries Circe. And so the entire family becomes a kind of mythological Rubik's Cube, scrambled, reconfigured, but somehow still functional. Let's take a moment to exhale. These tales, shifting and contradictory, are not meant to be consistent. The Greeks didn't worry about canon the way we do. Instead, they allowed their myths to breathe, expand, and change with the needs of each city, each poet, each generation. Telemachus, then, isn't a single character. He is an idea, a young man caught between legacy and identity, between the weight of his father's name and the pressure to make his own. Historically, the role of sons in ancient Greece was a serious business. Inheritance passed from father to son. The son was expected to honour the household gods, to maintain the family reputation, and to perform the funeral rites without fail. A man without sons was, in a sense, erased from the ongoing story of his oikos, his household, his lineage. Yet, as in myth, the position of sons was rarely simple. Take Orestes, son of Agamemnon, who we discussed in chapter 7. He avenged his father by killing his mother. Not exactly a tale you'd want performed at your birthday feast. Or Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, who went to war after his father died, took a central role in Troy's final destruction, and eventually met a murky end, killed in some stories by Orestes no less. Greek myth is a tangled net, and everyone gets caught eventually. These sons often inherited not only lands and titles, but the consequences of divine feuds, ancestral curses, and badly timed oracles. For every golden shield passed down, there seemed to be a family ghost lurking in the vestibule. Even Aeneas, a Trojan rather than a Greek, fits this mould. The son of Anchises and the goddess Aphrodite, Aeneas carries his aged father on his back out of burning Troy, a moving image that would echo down through Roman poetry. He is the dutiful son, chosen by fate to found what will one day become Rome. Yet his path, too, is laden with war, wandering and loss. These sons, like Telemachus, grew up not in the warmth of victory, but in the cold ash of aftermath. They inherited stories and wounds, and the knowledge that the age of heroes was slipping away, replaced not by peace, but by memory. There is something strangely modern about Telemachus. He is not interested in glory for its own sake. He is thoughtful, hesitant, observant. When Homer describes him in the Odyssey, it is often in quiet terms. He listens more than he speaks. He weighs each word. He watches his mother's sorrow and understands it without being consumed by it. He is, if you like, the transitional figure between the old world and the new. Odysseus is a man of cleverness, disguise, and decisive action. Telemachus is a man of reflection, diplomacy, and restraint. He stands at the threshold of myth and history, a figure shaped by the echoes of war, but not beholden to them. In this way, he speaks to the later Greeks, those of the classical period, who looked back on the Age of Heroes as a time of both splendour and savagery. Telemachus becomes a bridge, linking the impulsive blood feuds of the past with the more measured civic virtues of the present. And yet, he is still a son, still waiting for a father, still learning, as all sons must, that the man you idolize is rarely the man you get. Odysseus returns not as a shining hero, but as a weary, wily stranger who must be relearned, retrusted, reloved. Their relationship is not forged on battlefields, but around the slow rebuilding of a life interrupted. What remains of Telemachus in the end is not his name in epic songs, nor his slaying of suitors, nor his potential marriage to a sorceress. What lingers is the quiet dignity of his arc, a young man growing up in the long shadow of war, and finding, however haltingly, his own way forward. And perhaps that is the final message of these post-Trojan tales, that while the heroes crashed and burned in spectacular fashion, stabbed in bathtubs, drowned at sea, cursed by gods, their children carried on. They endured. They inherited not just the chaos, but the slow business of healing, of ruling, of remembering. For myth is not just the story of how wars are won, it is the story of what happens after. The rebuilding, the forgiveness, the inevitable forgetting. Telemachus, and others like him, remind us that every heroic age must end, and when it does, it falls to quieter hands to pick up the pieces. So tonight, let us imagine Telemachus in Ithaca, not the awkward boy scanning the sea for a sail, but the man walking the halls of a repaired palace. The roof mended, the suitors gone. The name of his father still spoken, but no longer clung to. Penelope weaving not in dread, but in peace. The wind outside is gentle, the stars indifferent. And somewhere in the corner, the great bow of Odysseus gathers dust. The age of heroes has ended. The age of men and memory has begun.